I ain't feeling your side. I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
King Chaka ENT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services. Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Get organized. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. The name of the show today is Nothing Left to Lose. Nothing left to lose. Yeah. Look like a clown. Probably thought of as a clown by a lot of people. I don't see myself as a clown. Not at all. Totally the opposite. But the idea of nothing left to lose is something that, I don't know, I think about a lot. You know, I've lost so much in my life. There's very little left to lose. Probably that will be a better title. Very little left to lose. So, but that makes you dangerous. That makes you fearless. You know, it's like when you put a cat in the corner, when you back the cat into the corner, you know, you think you got him. But the cat is not trying to take that L. So he's finna pull out all the stops, you know. There's also a thing related to fear with it. For me, I'm not afraid. Like, because it's so little to lose, I have very little fear. I'm not afraid. I've made all the mistakes I can make. I've lost almost all the things I could lose. You know, I've made all the wrong turns. So I'm left with very little fear, you know, and my consideration of what people think is very, very low. Because I realize that most people don't have the depth to understand things. You know, they haven't been through the adversity. They haven't felt the pain, you know, death at your door type of thing, you know, right in your face where you can smell it. What about like your greatest dreams just being crushed right in front of you more than once, you know? What about putting all your effort into something and it still not being enough? You know, years and years and years into a project, something that you care about a lot, and really trying to get it to go a certain way. And after all of those years, it goes in the opposite direction of what your intentions were. You know, having something taken away from you, totally out of your control, something that you care about more than yourself, more than life, and having it ripped away, and there's no fixing it. There's no getting it back. It's gone forever. You know, things like that. You know, that's what I know. And that's what allows me to get up here and talk to you guys. And that's why I feel like I have something to share. You know, I don't know, it's like all the things that I've been through, the steps that I've taken kind of led me here to where I am right now today, talking to you guys, you know, and having an ability to articulate my thoughts in a way to connect with people, to hopefully help them, to try to get them to not do the wrong thing, maybe, there's a saying that people say, you have to fight for love, and my answer to that is, why do you have to fight for it? Why you have to fight for love? Who's causing the situation that leads to you having to fight for it? How come there has to be, adversity in love? I think that a lot of people, they go at the world in this selfish point of view, and they see the world through this very limited perspective of their own little selfish whims. And they also can see the power that they have over others when these others care about them, and they use love as a weapon, to do whatever it is that they want to do, and they're like, you better be thankful, that I didn't do you worse, because you're so under my control. You're so under my thumb, There's a song by the Black Eyed Peas, and it goes, "Where's the love?" Where's the love? I listen to that song a lot. I like it. I like it. Where is the love? Where has the love gone? And they say you only get one love, and that can be interpreted in a lot of ways, but where is the love? So what happens when the love is lost? When the love is lost and there's nothing left to lose, then where are you now? What position are you in now? What can you do now? What is your next move? Do you still believe in love? Do anyone believe in love? Like, actually, truthfully, believe in love? Because when I look around the world, I don't think a lot of people really do believe in love. Just like I don't think a lot of people believe in God, even though they say that they do. I don't. By the way that they move doesn't tell me that they really believe in God. And the way that people move also tells me that they don't really believe in love. It's all about what I can get out of the situation, or what I can manipulate in the situation when it comes to love. And when it comes to God, it's like what I can ask for. Like, I can ask for forgiveness. So like I can do whatever sins I think that are sins. And then I just ask for forgiveness, and it's all good, and then I go back and I do that sin again, and I just ask for forgiveness again, and it's all good. When you move like that, I don't I don't think you believe. You don't believe in God, and you don't believe in love. You know, something bigger than yourself, like loving more than yourself, something outside of yourself. You know, truly loving. You know, to the point where, like, there's an Eminem song where he says in the song, he's like, "You ever love someone so much that you would give an arm for?" He said, "No, not the expression, literally give an arm for." You know, like literally chop your arm off and put it on the table. Like, how many of y'all love it someone that much to do that? You know, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But you get to a point in life when you've been through a lot, and I think there are a lot of people out there who can relate with me in the idea of nothing left to lose. So where do we go from here? You know, and then you think about the governments, you think about the societies, you know, you think about the cultures, you think about the tribes, and you look at things and you're like, okay, so when you have a people's, when a certain, when it crosses over a threshold of a certain percentage of the tribe or society or whatever, are at the point where they feel like they don't have anything left to lose, then what do you think they're going to do? What do you think the results will be? You know? And I think that's one of the reasons why I like to think of myself as like an anarchist, because I don't know, maybe I feel jaded, you know? I, I think I do feel jaded. And because of my jaded feeling of how my life went, then I just like want to see the whole thing burn the hell down. But at the same time, you know, I know that people can see how things are not the way they could be, you know. I know that people can see how much suffering are as a result of the system that we have. I know that people can see that they could do more, that they could care more, that they could love more, that they could help more, you know. Even the people that are in their life, like even the people that they say that they love, you know. But what? They got us on the hamster wheel. They got us working for these trinkets. They got us working to make sure that we can pay rent and these bills, you know, and that is what's important, supposedly, because that's what society tells us. And then you look at society and you see who gets paid the most. You know, you got sports people getting paid the most, like entertainers. They get they make the most money. So it's like, and they teach you that, you know, you have to make money, and making money is what's important, and that's how you um designate your success. Like that's how you measure your success in how much money you made. So you also got people who are robbers, stealers, killers, and drug dealers who make a lot of money, you know. Um, so then they're looked at as very successful. Like I've said in the shows prior, like nobody really cares where you got your money from, you know. So I don't know. I'm losing my train of thought here. What's up, Pat? How you feeling, man?
Feeling pretty good, man. How about yourself?
I can't complain. I got out here early enough to get you on the show, huh?
Man, yesterday was just it was crazy. So I was so exhausted, man. I ain't gonna lie. I just kind of took a nap and I didn't even have an alarm set. I really I forgot to even the weekend. Like sometimes I just the days go together so much to where
Yeah, I
sometimes
know. You be on the grind like me. Like I don't be knowing what day of the week it is. I have certain reminders that remind me what day of the week it is. Cause for me, it's just another day to go to work. Like it doesn't even matter if it's a holiday or if it's my birthday or whatever. Like all I
Oh,
know is tomorrow I gotta work.
yeah. In a nutshell, that's pretty much how it is. But
Tomorrow I gotta work. What day of the week it is not what's my
no,
concern.
yeah, it doesn't matter. Because usually, I mean, on my, like I said, if my birthday is on a Sunday, I'm probably still driving. I'm probably working, no matter what it is. My birthday, my brother, my mama, my cousin,
Yeah,
everybody's birthday passes, and I'm pretty much doing the same old thing.
yeah.
So,
So it is what it is, man. So nothing left to lose. I was thinking about the year of seven. If you add up 2023, it adds up to seven.
yeah.
And so that's why I've been saying that. I don't know if anyone's been catching it when I say that the year of seven and the
No,
significance of the number seven.
yeah. There's few sequences in my life right now that's running with the seven, but I see a few different sequences. So I have a few different planes to work on through these with this synchronicities. But
Yeah, the numbers
yeah,
always jump out at me, and I think there's something special with this particular year related to the seven. And it's about New Year. It's about the actual New Year. Did we already talk about that? It's the real New Year.
yeah. No,
They're
I know.
celebrating around the world right now.
My mother's birthday is on New Year's Day, which will be Monday.
Okay, okay.
Which yeah.
I know it's like right now. Um. So yeah. So freaking the New Year, the year of seven is here. And
Mm.
so the name of the show today is Nothing Left to Lose. So like what do you think about that? What does that phrase leave, you know?
Well, when I hear that phrase, it just tells me that you know, I guess pretty much you got to put it all on the line to try to make, you know, to have the outcomes that we want to see. Be the people that we want to be. Just whatever it's gonna take. I mean, win, lose, or draw.
Yeah, it's I think that's what it is. I think it's the year of seven and the people have very little left to lose. And it's the fight is on, whether you are in it or not. You've picked a side.
Well, I mean, there's some of us that actually know what season we're in. There's some that they never see the changes of any season. Like it's all a blur. Like they don't even recognize the differences, the changes, or if they do, it's just kind of just accept it. Well, that's just the way it is, and there's really nothing significant about it. Shit changes, but um, you know,
I, I hate that idea, that attitude that people have where they're like, well, there's nothing you can do about it, or things have always been this way, or
yeah.
like no.
It irritates me, and then especially when it comes to like, okay, like the easiest answer to all of that is that oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, like like you just like, oh, what is it, Armageddon? I mean, what I'm saying, like, just like, bro, like, you just
It's
like
revelations.
I really wish, like, like at some points I just really wish something would, happen to slap you around, but then at the same time it's just kind of like, well, that probably makes things worse for everybody else. So,
Yeah, I'll be wishing
you
for
know,
it too. I'll be wishing lightning strike some of these people, man. But I think it does. I think it actually does. I think that they just don't realize it, and it's because of this laziness. It's because of this attitude that they have on life that they don't even realize they're suffering. Like they don't even see. the
Well,
electric shocks, like
well,
they don't acknowledge them.
but no, no, no. Look, let me tell you something because the psychosis is real. Because there's so many people that's been sold the Christianity that, you know, like the suffering is supposed to be. Like they're accepting Christ, like for some people that's just accepting Christ. That the world is crazy, the world does this, like they're accepting mediocrity or just total failure
They're
in a lot
sheep,
of cases.
and they're
Yeah,
sticking their head in the sand, and they're ready to be sacrificed, like literally standing in
pretty
line.
much. Well, not knowing, I don't know if they know how deep the risk is of those words you just, what I'm saying, like as far as like how big the sacrifice can be, how big of a sacrifice they could be. But like I said, I mean, I really believe a lot of people really believe that, things could, it's nothing that you can do to change where we at. And I really feel like, I mean, especially with the setup we have here in the government, like, yeah, they probably would try to push and go, the stronger the people were, the more that they would try to push against certain things because they have this, you know, they have an agenda that they want to complete. But I think the more aware the average person is, the better off we are because, everybody's not gonna allow any and everything to happen to us. Like there'll be, at least some kind of fight, whether it's on a, political plane or, um, I mean, of course, most of us hope that we never really have to go into like some kind of civil war so that people can realize what's real. But, I think sometimes maybe like, shoot, that might be the only answer for some people, but
You said you said something that made me think about. That made me think about this clip right here. This guy, and what you can lose. Let me play this clip.
To pick on the people that's not aware because some of us aware motherfuckers also went left. You didn't go ahead and get the jab, but you did something that I think is also irreversible. You got on demon time. You signed up for help from any mysterious and miscellaneous source in the universe and didn't set no standards. You sold your soul to the devil. Is that reversible? I know you be like, huh, ain't no real devil. Well, then who the fuck was you begging and pleading to? Because it wasn't Allah.
Especially that last part. I'm gonna play the first part of his clip, but that last part is the one that I wanted to kind of focus on. Like, um, we was talking about the sheep and being sacrificed,
mhm.
and
The ones that's
how
actually giving up their. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah.
yeah, man, it's a bunch of stuff going on. And when you asking for things, because that's not how it works, in prayer, you're really supposed to be just giving thanks, period.
Mm,
Asking
mm,
for things is something else. You get what I'm saying? And there are entities out here, there are energies out here, but
mhm.
the divine, the creator, that's not who you are asking for stuff from.
Well, I think that well, because a lot of people expect or hope that's who they are praying to, but the spirits that may actually answer to that, especially when you're, kind of openly asking for things and you're not as specific, you just kind of whatever, like especially when you start throwing in there, whatever it takes, whatever I got to do, into a prayer. No, I mean because for as far as I'm concerned, you really should be praying to, I guess, praying to the God within to unlock certain things that you can do yourself to to accomplish goals. You know, open your eye. Allow things to be visible so that you can see it plainer. You know, whatever. Instead of like just freely asking for something and you don't really even know truly what
Because
entities.
everything costs. You're gonna have to give. They're gonna want something in return. What
Yeah.
was it? The first law of, damn it, what is it? And they said everything is equal and equivalent exchange, and that's the one true law. Like, um, you have to give up something to get something. You know what I mean? And it's just like
True.
when you watch the movies, it's always more than what you bargain for. Like, and it's the same thing in the world with really simple stuff. If they're talking about they're giving you something for free, that's why I always say I don't want nothing for free. I will pay for it, whatever it is. I don't want free stuff.
Pretty much
uh
anything that's for free, there is there's the price, the unseen price tag.
yes. That's what I'm saying, and that price tag is some shit you probably don't want to pay. It's gonna
Yeah,
be way beyond. It's gonna be
bro.
way beyond.
Yeah, it's way, way, way beyond
Play the
because I
beginning of
mean,
his. Let me
because
play the beginning of his clip.
free
I
happens to
know
be
you be like,
the
huh?
way
Ain't no real
to
devil. Well, then who
force
the fuck
something
was you
on
begging and
somebody.
pleading to? Because it wasn't Allah.
Yeah.
Family, I was wondering, what's more dangerous and irreversible than having taken the jab? Because there's no detox for that. Your mRNA has been modified. You're a different type of being now. You're up under a different set of rules. You're not up under natural order no more. You're no longer a natural person. And that's cool because now you just have to figure out what it means to survive and succeed as a no longer natural person that's been modified, that has been affected. But I don't think that's the only scenario in which that can happen. And I think that it's not responsible for us, you know, so-called aware people to pick on the people that's not aware because some of us aware motherfuckers also went left. You didn't go ahead and get the jab, but you did something that I think is also irreversible. You got on demon time. You signed up for help from any mysterious and miscellaneous source in the universe and didn't set no standards. You sold your soul to the devil. Is that reversible? I know you be like, huh, ain't no real devil. Well, then who the fuck was you begging and pleading to? Because it wasn't Allah.
Hmm. And
Church.
I think that's like really key, you know, on a personal level is for us to set standards. I mean, um, of course there's certain things that guidelines or different things that we kind of follow based on societal norms and things like that. But like I think even beyond that, we really have to set you know, the pace of what our life will be. The things that a lot of times people say, you may not always know what you want to do or what you don't, what you may not always know what you do want, but one thing for sure, you better know what you don't want or the things that you won't do for money, how they some people say, like you might not know what you will do for money, but you better know what you won't do for money. Like that's real, like that's something very important, I believe, because there's people who think that shoot, maybe even myself at some point, when I was in the streets, it was just kind of like, man, like I'm just looking for the biggest lick. Who's like where the plug at? Let me get the real deal. You know what I'm saying? If I'm gonna be doing this, I might as well be getting it, really getting it. You know what I'm saying? But I think I was protected from a lot of that because that wasn't really what my life was meant for. You know what I'm saying? But um, I guess it's kind of much still to have that involvement. But bro, I think that lifestyle kind of taught me early that that's not something I really want to be a part of. You think it's like some people really think it's sweet until they really in the midst of it. You know.
telling you, because that's what he said. Y'all got on demon time,
Yeah.
and he was being really careful with his words, and I'll be trying to be careful with this subject too because I don't want people to get too offended. But you have to be careful, man, and a lot of these religions, a lot of these cult like stuff, the stuff when you start talking about magic, sometimes you need to be careful, you know
But
um
look, my thing is, because we have to really ask ourselves, just because we can, should we, in almost any case? Because, like, you know, let's just say, for instance, like, just an example, because I'm not gonna say that it's bad, but I think with the idea that so many more people have opened up to smoking pot now because it's becoming legal across the country, like, should you really be, what I'm saying, during days and times like this, like,
it's
you
probably the
know,
worst time to start smoking weed. It's probably the worst. This is probably the worst era for weed.
yes. And then, especially for all the, like bro, there's so many different things that's like available for you that just can, even if it's not poison to the extent, like, it's so much THC and some of this stuff. So, I mean, I consider some of that stuff as to even be poisonous because it's just too much of, one thing going into your system. But um, if, just the idea that what it does, if something went down, like, are you in the right mind state to really deal with it? It's just, I don't know. It's
Doc left a comment. He said, "When you're focused on the grind to survive, you don't realize you don't have time to live life."
you don't have women, you don't
And
have
it's
time
like
to
they
what?
haven't given us much.
Or have
They
time to
haven't given
live,
us much choice. Yeah,
to live a life.
and I don't
Okay,
think we've.
okay.
And I've been on the grind really heavily coming into this year, and I don't see it ending. Like I'm on my grizzly right now. Like I'm on my grizzly bear mode. I'm totally in
I,
grizzly bear mode, and I don't see it ending anytime soon.
you come on, man. You already know how I am. Like,
I know you sympathize, so that's what I'm saying.
uh,
So it's like they don't give us. It seems like we don't have much choice. Um, the world is a prison when it comes to this. Like we're
well,
all
well,
imprisoned by this
well, and
grind.
well, and see, and then and then the place where I am is that, I'm hoping to be in a position to save others. That, like, ain't gonna say it's a bunch of people, but I'm gonna just say there's a bunch, a lot of people around me who don't really see the world the same way that I do. They're not preparing because they just feel like, well, it's just another day in life. But I mean, just the signs, and it's not even anything serious or deep that you really have to see to know that, like, I mean, hey, even if it wasn't for some of these things that we've been seeing, some of the different actors, like, growing your own food would be just a good idea to do any time of life. Supplementing, you know, certain, you can say your income, because, things that you don't have to go buy, that's gonna help you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, bro. It's like certain things I think that just should be done no matter what's going on. Like, I think that that was especially for, like, cause like, I'm gonna tell you, my uncle, like, he ain't, you know what I'm saying? My uncle, my mom's brother, the only one that's still living, bro, he is a hustler. He's, you know what I'm saying? And no matter what position in life he's been in, he's always had his garden. He's growing food. He's always doing stuff. Like, he never stopped doing it the way my grandfather, or, generations before was doing it. It's like, just because I got had a fancy job, or I'm making this kind of money, or I got so many acres and this, that, and the other that I don't really need to do this. But no, he does it because it's like the natural smart thing to do. You know what I'm saying? And I wish more people would see it that way, because,
It's
like I
not
said, even
political.
well, I mean,
Like not really. I mean, everything is political when you if you really
yeah,
truly
you can
understand
always break it
politics.
down. Yeah, yeah, you can pretty much
But
break it down to that at any
but
point. But
it's
yeah,
not political move to be like, hey, I want to freaking eat fresh food that I know is organic. Like I know where it came from. Like
yeah.
it don't need to be complicated. Let me do this story really quickly right here, because it keeps popping up. It says reusable water bottles may contain 40,000 times more bacteria than toilet seats, a study finds. It says, did you know that your reusable water bottle might be carrying 40,000 times more bacteria than the average toilet seat? According to this study, researchers found that spout top and screw top lids contain the most bacteria out of all water bottles. So we have
So
this thing where everybody is on the water bottles really heavy now. It's supposed to be saving the environment and all of that. And this study is saying that it's and it would make sense, because it's like your cell phone. It's dirty as hell, and you're putting it up on your face. It's on your hands all the time. So and you keep reusing it, and the same thing with the water bottle, and you're not cleaning them regularly. And even if you do throughout the day, it's picking up bacteria, and you're just putting it into your system. You're making it more susceptible to you. As much as I hate the one use everything, which I talk about all the time, disposable everything, but that's way more cleaner, um, than this. So
is it
I'm, I'm
really?
I'm not. It is. It is. It is. I like paper towels. Like, let me give an example. Those blow dryers, those blow hand dryers, they're in all the, like, everywhere you go now. When you go to use the
Hmm. I
restroom,
don't
you wash
use
your
them.
hands. I don't use them. They don't work. They're I don't know, man. It's like another thing where it's like technology has moved forward and society has moved backwards. So, but when you go to a
Well,
really, really nice place, like a
how
super
did they
nice
try to?
place, they have paper towels.
How did they sell us on that?
Well, they said it was cleaner.
No.
It's touchless. It's
Well,
cleaner.
the touchless came later, but originally with those air blowers, save some trees.
Right. Right. That's the other part of it. Save the environment. That's the same thing with these water bottles. That's how they sold that to us too.
Hmm.
And so what I'm saying is it's not better. Um, it's not better.
It's not cleaner.
It's not cleaner.
Yeah,
And so, like I say, if you go to a very, very nice place, they're gonna have towels or paper towels
because it would be
for
good
your
if it
hands.
if it was if it was just as healthy, it would be better.
But if you go to the regular, like McDonald's, they're gonna have blow dryers. You go to regular places, it's gonna have those blow dryer things, and there won't be no paper towels in there. So, but then you think about it, what it really did. That's what they're selling us on this whole green, save the planet stuff. It's really just making it so where these companies spend less money. It's just another way to make money because they spend less. They don't have to buy the paper. The blow dryer blows
Hmm.
forever, and it doesn't. They don't have to keep buying the paper towel. It's really, really, really simple. It's economics.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm assuming something like that would need to have a very like you know unique filter filtration system in order for it to be healthy and clean, either like the HEPA type filter, or I don't know. I'm just assuming over time, because like with it just circulating, because I mean the air is sucking in and pushing out air in a bathroom. Uh, I don't know how, if that really freaks anybody else out, but just the idea that this machine, it had,
And it doesn't even work. It don't
it's
even really
circulating.
don't even dry your hands properly. Like, how long do you have to
Yeah.
be underneath that thing for it to get your hands dry?
Well, I know, but listen, like circulation, the way it's circulating bathroom air, that's mainly what you're doing. You like the bacteria, all the stuff that's growing, the little things that's growing inside of a bathroom, and it's being circulated through this air thingy, because it's sucking in and pushing out at the same time. It's just circulation of dirty air.
And look at these comments. These people are not trying to hear it. It says just the first comment. It says just wash it daily. Another comment. It says totally wrong. This means you need disposable utensils and plates. Another comment. It says no problem. LAA. Just clear your water bottle properly. You can use it again and again. Another comment. It says more bacteria. I hate these generalizations and stupid comparisons. Not all bacteria are the same. The type of bacteria matters. As long as you practice washing your bottles, you won't be consuming fecal bacteria. Well, they didn't say it was fecal bacteria, so you're stretching. So, but these people aren't trying to hear it, you know. The brainwashing, the programming is so thorough that you could do a scientific investigation and show them the numbers, and they're going to be like, no.
Well, I would still want to challenge it for myself, because, as far as, those little cups, those glasses, like, I mean, I think it's gonna boil down to your system, your approach, you know what I'm saying? Um, I mean, because just the idea that, I mean, the water we use may not be the cleanest, so possibly anything that we use like, I mean, pots and pans too. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not getting anything clean.
Well, we're not talking about it being clean because these people, I'm sure they're clean their water. It's just through a lot of them aren't cleaning it, so that's definitely an issue. But throughout the day, it's picking up filth, and it's accumulating. You
Yeah.
know, your hands, your face, your lips.
But I mean, if you're using anything like that, it's gonna go through the same cycle, right?
It is. And that's what I was saying earlier that the disposable, the one use things are much, much, much cleaner when it comes to that. Now, I don't want to get to the point where people are talking about these paper plates and plastic forks because the world, like, people are getting really dumb when it comes to that, thinking that those plastic plates, those paper plates, and those plastic spoons are cleaner because they're not. It doesn't say that those like the package when you buy that package, it doesn't say it was what is the word sanitized or I can't think of the right word for it, but it's not. It's not. It's totally not cleaner. Okay, like if you wash the plate, like the thing in the dish, like at the washer. I work at a restaurant. The
Hmm.
dish machine that they use in there, it's like I don't know, 360 degrees or something. The temperature that the water has to be
Hmm.
legally to get
To kill the
to
germs.
right. So the people be like, oh, some guy with herpes used that fork. So there's a good. It was a Family Guy episode, and it was the black guy from the show. Is it Family Guy? Yeah, it was Family Guy, and he was like, yeah, there's a 1 in 22 chance I could get that fork that guy used. So I don't like them odds. So but that's really not logical thinking because, like I say, um, things that have been sanitized, then it has killed all the bacteria. That
Mhm.
plastic fork has not gone through any. You can't even sanitize plastic like that. You can't. I'm sorry, you
Mhm.
guys. You can't.
Well,
It's
no,
got
because what the thing is that if you go through those processes, even soaking them in certain solvents and or even getting it to the temperature, you're gonna start breaking down the different
the chemicals that
pol-
it was
the
made out of, and
exactly.
and they're the surfaces are porous on all plastics, and those porous parts are perfect harbors for stuff to hang out
Yeah.
in.
Well,
And what do you think the people are doing in the factory before they put it in
well,
the nice
see,
little plastic? That shit
that's
was
the part I want to get to.
yeah,
That's
there was
exactly the part I want to get to because not just what they're doing, but just think about. I mean, there's like shoot food plants that's got rats and like different rodents and
they
things
was
that's
probably
there
picking them
that
forks up off the floor before they was putting them in them plastic things because
potentially.
it doesn't say on the package that it was sanitized or whatever, and because it's not.
No.
So
So
it's
that's
not.
that, but that's why I say that that has to still be challenged because I mean until we really do any tests to see like how you know in relation to what we're putting our hands on and washing, what are we us grabbing out of the pack? Because I mean I don't go wash my paper plates before I use them.
I'm
You know what
telling
I'm saying?
you. So
I don't
what is on that paper plate? What
you
got
know
on it from the factory or whatever? Come on, man. It's not cleaner than a
so
plate that went through a dishwasher at a restaurant.
yeah.
Trust me on that, you
And then I
guys.
mean, and then if you because if you're using because I mean I'm thinking like for the most part plates at home, you're using porcelain and glass or whatever it is, it's not as porous and it's the ability to clean and shoot, I know the way my mom is. I mean, shoot, she got her bleach water, she got her soap, and
It's gonna be clean,
it's
and you can be confident that it's clean. You can't be
yes,
confident that just because you opened it, we're mine's screwed. Just because we opened it out of a plastic container, it was a
yeah,
sealed plastic container, so it's clean.
yeah. Most of us believe. Because I mean, shoot, until having this, I mean, it's not like I've never thought of it before, but just the idea that you know, because I guess with me comparing it is what made me really, kind of take it there. But I think I might trust.
Yeah, I want to talk about the banks
Uh-oh.
again, and freaking. I want to talk about Nigeria's elections because there's some craziness going on in there. And your boy Trump, he said that he getting arrested. But before I go into that, let me play this. Can I play this? You see, they got these. They're making these bulletproof classrooms.
What?
Have you seen that?
No. What?
Or administrator is able to close the door and lock it so the students are kept safely inside.
Music. Um, it's ballistics protection. Okay, it says Alabama schools pilots bulletproof shelters for classrooms. This is the sad reality of education in the U.S. in 2023. An elementary school in Coleman, I think that's Alabama, is piloting a new bulletproof panic room that could be built into classrooms for easy pull-out access for teachers and students during a hypothetical mass shooting. According to the company that designed them, KT Solutions, the rapid access safe rooms are 8 foot by 8 foot and can be deployed in 10 seconds. KT Solutions owner Kevin Thomas told the Washington Post that the inspiration for the RASR came to him after the shooting in Uvalde, Texas. Those parents in Uvalde and Sandy Hook and Columbine and all the rest of them, we got to let them know we hear you and we're going to do something as individuals, Thomas said, Washington Post, because right now we can't depend on the government. This is a way to buy time until we as a community and country figure out the bigger, deeper rooted problems, he continued. I hope this thing has to go out of business because we fixed it.
Hmm. So is it necessary to ban what they consider to be assault weapons?
Well, that's where I'm headed. The next comment says, "How about gun control laws?" So,
That's not
we
gonna work.
love to, well, we love to attack symptoms. We love to take medication for symptoms, and it's just way too hard to look at root causes of things and try to fix it at that point, you know. And I think
Well,
that
let's do
that's
it.
where our head needs to be. How do we fix the
Solutions.
school shooting problems? Not coming up, because this is just going to be about money right here. This guy's going to make a killing, and then I mean, how is it going to affect the schools? How's it going to affect the? It's going to be threat level red. It's fear for the kids. They're going to probably be doing drills and putting them in these little rooms,
The
and
psychology, yeah, the
it's
psychological,
impact that it's going to have on
yeah.
these children is is fucking unimaginable.
Hmm.
And instead, because the school shootings don't happen in all the schools, but they're going to be doing stuff like this in all the schools. So, like I say, all the kids are going to suffer as a result. And this is not the answer. This is not an
But
answer.
but no, just because we need to keep going down the road you're going on, but just think about how it affected kids. Because I remember in elementary school when they were teaching us about like these drills in case it's some kind of a nuclear you know fallout or some craziness, and nothing that we did would protect us. Like, bro, like there's no
It was
mask, there's
pointless.
no,
Get get
it's
under
like
the
there's nothing,
desk.
bro. Like, how does
That's
that
not
fix
gonna work.
anything?
If it's actually the
And you just
bomb
got kids
drops.
that's
Yeah.
just nervous, like, damn, this can happen. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh shit, okay, I'm 8. Like, what? Is this what this world is supposed to be about now? So it's already like at an early age, they're already starting you off with the fear campaigns of the bullshit, and it's nothing that really solves anything.
Just makes you traumatized. I remember doing those drills, those get under the desk drills to save you from the nuclear holocaust.
Yeah.
Crazy, 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 craziness. So, but this brings up the gun argument, because this is what I say all the time when this topic comes up is they don't have these same problems in other countries, man. A lot of countries don't. We're like number one in school shootings, like it doesn't happen in other places in the
Well,
world, man.
I tell you what, because one of the things that I'm more afraid of than even getting shot is getting stabbed. And bro, like or bludgeons to death. You know what I'm saying? Like all these things, when somebody wants to get something done, they're trying to like, bro. There was a mass stabbing in, what was it? It was in somewhere in Europe, I believe. I guess some. So the whole thing is for unsuspecting people, and especially unprepared people, it doesn't matter what weapon somebody's using. It can be used and can be effective at with damaging or bringing harm murder, whatever, like killing people. Like it can happen with things that are not gonna be discontinued or banned from use. Like, bro, like that's the thing. The thing about that is like, and this is just me. I mean, I don't think that solves it. Like, I think that if we really get into the core of issues, is that we have to figure out where human beings are not considered, as just trash, or like, you know, human beings are actually appreciated as the highest form of life on the planet.
Yeah, I think you
That
talk about mental health. So
no, well,
I
it's
would
it's not it's not just the mental health. I mean, it is, but I mean, it is to some extent. But we got to think. I mean, because all of the effects, like there's cause and effects. When people feel like their government and the society itself gives a shit less about you or the next person, or okay, well, oh, the rich person gets treated better than the poor people, or all these different dynamics that we deal with is partially what drives people crazy. Like there's people who's got plenty of money who feels like, okay, this shit is crazy, and they'll flip out, and maybe not the same rate as somebody who is poor and just like, okay, trying to have, seeking survival. But either way, I think the mindset of the people, period. Because I mean, for
I
whatever
get
reason,
I get what I can't really argue with what you're saying. I agree with you with that. But you got a kid. Some of these things they have 100 round magazines in these guns, bruh.
hmm
That in the Uvalde case, they were so scared they didn't even go in there. You know,
no,
uh,
they wasn't scared. They just chose not to do anything because the ones who, like, I mean, they were
if,
they
if
they didn't
if the
they didn't
guy
really
if the
care
kid
about their
had a
community.
bludgeon weapon, a knife, or whatever, like you were saying, a bat or something, do you think that it would have turned out the same way? In the Uvalde case, you know,
If the aim was to destroy lives, yeah. I mean, may not have happened at the same rate as fast as how it happened, but if his mind was to get inside of school, he did that. If he had a knife and attack the teacher and those students within that area, he would have done that.
yes, but how many kids would he have actually been able to hurt?
He could
And
have
how
done
long would
more.
it
He
have
could
taken them to
he could have
neutralize them?
he could have killed just as many or more, bro.
Than a guy with a 100 round magazine? Some guy, remember the shooting at the, what was it, Las Vegas? The guy that was hanging out the window and just popping people? Like, how many
hmm
people did he take out? Like, come on, man. The access to guns is an issue. And, we've been programmed here in the United States, um, by my cold dead hands. Take my gun away by my
hmm
cold dead hands. But,
Yeah.
the with that attitude, then that's the reason why we're the number one country for
N-
shooting deaths.
No, I mean the possibility of that happening is it happens here in America because we have the right to have guns, and the thing is that uh, yes, there might be some people who are just totally insane, but there's some people who have been like based on the life that they've had to live, or the conditions and things that has pushed them to do some of the things that they've done. I mean, even though some of the simplest silly things. I mean, we're talking about a child who may have been getting bullied or talked about because of his clothes at school, and now he wants to go harm kids. Like,
And if he has access to this freaking 100 round drum, and decides to take out a whole bunch of kids, like, come on, man, this is it. Like, this is it. Like, look, and a lot of the laws are freaking doesn't make any sense. Like the First Amendment argument comes to a certain point, but we have gone insane with it. Like, look, let me give you an example. I want to say it's seven. They've dropped the age to like 17, where you can buy a weapon here in the state of Texas. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Let's just say it's 18. Okay,
Okay.
18 years old, you can buy a weapon
Hmm.
legally and possess it. Okay,
Okay.
but you have to be 21 years old to buy a beer. You can't shoot anybody with a beer.
Well, but see, the goalpost is being moved with that kind of statement because, no, of course, like
Uh,
people can get
well,
harmed. I
look,
mean, he can still have a driver's license and go out there and drive and kill multiple people with his car.
exactly. So, but what is the numbers related to how many people he could kill with his car versus how many people he could kill with his 100-round drum at 18?
Bro, that's a redundant. Say, bro, look, regardless of how you try to put it, I mean, it's still the same thing. I mean, the same possibilities of their carelessness will happen no matter what the hell
So, if you
you
feel like the
use.
kid is careless and he shouldn't be able to have alcohol by 21,
Hmm.
but he can have a gun at 18. Does that make sense?
Bro, some
What's more
people like
dangerous, the alcohol or the gun?
in a lot of
Come
cases the
on, we gotta be
alcohol.
real with this. Come on.
Say, bro,
Come
say, bro,
on.
bro, no, you come on, bro. You like really statistics show that there's more car accidents than there is shootings like that. Bro,
No, bruh. We got so many shootings, bruh. We're off the charts with the freaking shootings, bro. And I mean, it is a lot of car accidents, and but it's like one or two people die in the car accidents. How many people? We'd have to compare the number of deaths, and that's how you would have to compare it by. So, but again, the law feels like he's not mature enough till he's 21 to purchase alcohol, but he's mature enough at 18 to purchase a gun, and that's logical.
well, some people at 17 is considered an adult. Like, I mean, in a lot, I know in Louisiana that was the case. So 17 is not ridiculous. Now, you do have to have a lot more concern and hopefully training with the gun than you don't get no training with drinking no alcohol and what's too much and this, that, and the other. Like, there's no, maybe there's warning labels, but I mean, I think that really using that as an argument really doesn't do much for it because especially for somebody who's pro gun like myself, like it's not going to change how I feel about being able to protect myself, especially knowing what everybody else has um, access to. And it's not just the people, it's also our government because that's who is mainly for is when they become tyrannical and they want to try to take your rights and your sovereignty as like they really want to take control of you, steal all of your rights. You don't have anything to protect yourself, then what? Because that's my, because for me, like I'm not thinking from the mindset of a criminal or somebody. I'm thinking from a mindset of somebody who wants to protect themselves, and that's the majority of people. Because I mean, these stories that they come up with on TV, like with the news and this, that, and the other, they make these big stories. Like there's no big story about the safe people who are safe with guns because they want. That's another fear tactic of trying to get, to the point where they can take your stuff from you. like like that's the part that I think a lot of people miss with it. These when these things happen, yes, it's a damn shame, and yes, we could probably do things differently to protect our children and just humanity altogether. But that's not the majority of people that's out here doing those things. So everybody else who's law-abiding citizens have to lose their right to protect themselves because there's a few idiots in the world.
But the other countries don't have They don't have
I fuck them. That's on them.
they don't
I
have
can't.
school shootings. They're not
No,
trying to
yeah, but
put
guess
safe
what?
rooms in the classrooms. They don't have these issues.
I hear you, but I mean, I honestly, I mean, to be frank about it, that's on them.
So, but it's worth it to us so that we can cold dead hands is worth having to worry about your kid gets shot up at school.
Well, for me, I've been to my son's school. Like the way if I'm able to, because I look at these things like my son's school is secure, and I think that every parent should be making sure that their child's school is secure, especially if that's something that they're concerned about. They need to make sure that the school that their children are going to is secure. How they handle just even parents coming in, just not.
The Uvalde school was supposedly secure.
I
The
hear.
kid
I
came
don't
in
know.
through a side door.
Okay, well, I look. All I can say is that you know, with that being a potential problem, we got to definitely dig deeper to look at all the possibilities and how we can save our children. Period. But I don't think that we give up our right to protect ourselves and our families because there's a few nuts running around that's gonna do some stupid shit no matter what kind of weapon they have in their hands.
So we turned the schools into these safe uh bunkers
Many
with
prisons.
bulletproof walls and shit.
Well, I mean, that's, bro, look, I mean, if it was up to me, shoot, I would teach my son, my children at home. I,
Let's move
I
on.
mean, I'm just saying, that would be the preferential thing. If I'm gonna say what I would choose, I mean, I would be more down those lines, and then nobody can tell because I mean, I'll have a pistol right then and there, if an intruder or anybody came by. But
Yeah, by the time you showed up at the school, bruh,
no, I'm not
this
talking
is,
about, I'm saying not at the school. But what I said is because I mean, the place is pretty secure. I think the area that they live, and I know we're talking about not just my kid, we're talking about everybody. So it's just the thing is, we have to be smart, bro. And I don't think giving up our guns is smart.
all right. Let's move on to the banks. We talked about the banks a bit. I have a clip here where Senator Warren was talking about the Dodd-Frank Act back in 2018.
Die Frank.
Let me play this. Dodd-Frank.
Bill will pass. And if the banks get their way in the next 10 years or so, there will be another financial crisis. Of course, when the crash comes, the big banks will throw up their hands and say, it's not their fault. Nobody could have seen it coming. And then they'll run to Congress and beg for bailout money. And let's be blunt, they'll probably get it. But just like in 2008, there will be no bailout for working families. Jobs will be lost, lives will be destroyed. The American people, not the banks, will once again bear the burden. So I will make a prediction. This bill will pass. And if the banks get their way in the next 10 years or so, there will be another financial crisis. Of course, when the crash comes, the big banks will throw their hands and say, it's not their fault. Nobody could have seen it coming. And then they'll run to Congress and beg for bailout money. And let's be blunt, they'll probably get it. But just like in 2008, there will be no bailout for working families. Jobs will be lost, lives will be destroyed. The American people, not the banks, will once again bear the burden.
So she
That's the story of
called
our
it.
lives.
She she
That's the
called
story
it,
of our
and
lives. Yeah.
it's a lot to this. Dive. Family want to work for the company who, dang it, don't want. I have a clip on that too, but and then you got the freaking CEOs of the companies move their money. Let me see. I have that one. I know I have that one. Hold on, let me go to that right quick. Where is it? Here it goes. SVP executives sold millions of their company stock in lead up to collapse, federal disclosure shows. Top executives at Silicon Valley Bank sold stock totaling several $1 million less than 2 weeks before the company became the largest bank failure since the 2008 financial crisis, according to federal disclosures obtained by ABC News. First comment, it says, so when are they going to prison? Nobody got locked up in the 2008 thing either. Another
No.
comment, it says, and nothing will happen. Let's stop pretending we have a functioning justice system for all. It's two tiers. What would have happened if one of us had this info and had done it? Hear the bar doors clicking.
Yeah. Well, I'd say, bro, look, one of the biggest things that I think we need to realize is that everything that we're using, what we're call, like you can't really even call a bank when we're not even using real money, or anything equivalent to real money. So it's all perception. It's all a game. It's messed up that the people are the ones who always lose. Like but whose fault is that? It's our own fault because we don't hold these people accountable, and we just sit back and say, "Oh, see what happened? Look, they did it again." Like, yeah, we keep allowing this type of thing to go on, and we're hiring, steadily voting people in. That's gonna continue that same cycle. So it's just like, for me, like certain issues, it just gets to a point, just like, okay, all right, so what we gonna do? Oh,
Oh no,
nothing.
they'll get these guys.
You think
They,
Why?
so?
they've been waiting for this. You know why? You know how many small startups and stuff like that. They want these guys to go down. They want the bank to fail. They want everything to go to default because that way the big companies can start buying up all these little companies that are losing their money and failing. They don't have to get a real offer on them. All they got now they can do them for
Well,
chump change because they don't have the money to operate anymore.
Well, and I can see that too because that's the way to bring in the Communist Party is by the government owning, or, because if we say the big corporations own
No,
them,
no, other big
that's the
techs
same.
are going too. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
what I'm
this is
saying is
the
is
communist
the
push.
well, what I'm saying is whether it's directly through with the government, or if we're talking about the high level corporations, the largest of the large, um, starts buying up the smaller of companies, and they're controlling all of those companies one way or another. That's the same way that the communism will work, as far as it being totally controlled through different entities. We already see how Facebook and Instagram and all these different social media conglomerates, the tech companies, some of the edge of the tech companies are in cahoots with our government already. So it's like it's already disguised as private companies being run by government, or at least in close conjunction with. So it's not far-fetched already. Like it's already like we're practically living in it already. It's just certain things that we just, you know, we're not really looking at. We what I'm saying? Like they tell us it's one thing and we believe it instead of actually looking at it for what it really is.
I can't find what I'm looking for. I'm searching for it where it was Dodd-Frank, the guy who authored the bill. He went on to work for. It shows the revolving door related to the way this
The,
shit works.
the
Damn it.
CEOs, the
Who was it? Was it Gray Zone? Somebody did a really good video about him.
hmm.
I'm looking for it. I'm trying to see if I can find it. Nope, it's not popping up. It shows the filters on this shit. What I'm looking for is not popping up. They don't want people to connect the dots. Yeah, I don't
Man,
see it.
I mean, bro, um, I think if anybody pays just a little attention to it, it's hard not to see how this thing works. I mean, how it's been working. Like, we use the people to, draw these contracts. We own their lives with these contracts. They pay us all of their hard-earned money in order for them to recycle and live the life that they really produce for them, that we produce for them. Like, it's still, they live their, they get jets, private jets. They flying out anywhere in the world, whatever they think of, they want to do. They do it. Then they give these facades. They do their entertainment, get on TV and tell, and you know, we're working hard to fix these problems that you guys have. And during commercial break, they're toasting and drinking and smoking and whatever else. Like, I mean, it just is what it is, bro.
Let me see. Is this the one? Did I play this 5 days ago? Days ago. I don't even think I saw this. Let's play some of this. Really graceful is good about it. I hope she talks about Dodd-Frank, the guy. I want y'all to hear about him, the guy who authored the bill.
I'm here to deliver. There's a lot of confusion around this situation. I don't want anyone to be confused, so I'm going to explain the SVB collapse, how it happened, some similar events that have occurred in the past, and discuss what it for the real quickly. I just wanted to thank bought my book, The Deep State Encyclopedia, last week. You made it a #1 bestseller. Basically, there's this bank, the Silicon Valley Bank, one of America's largest commercial banks, which financed over half of Silicon Valley's tech companies and healthcare enterprises. Just like how Sam Bankman-Fried's FTX was heavily involved with the government, the Silicon Valley Bank was very intertwined with government CIA projects. Since the
Mm-hmm.
CIA has been in Silicon Valley since the 1950s, using these tech startups to spy and collect data on anyone and everyone through government investment arms like In-Q-Tel, which I just want to point out for the government swindle aspect of this story, which we'll touch on later. Silicon Valley Bank was the bank these tech startups used, and the Silicon Valley Bank wanted to make money off their clients' money, so they bought up mortgage-backed securities with their clients' money. A common practice for banks, I might add. So
Interest
these were
rates.
supposed to be sound investments, pretty safe, but with all the COVID fallout, the economy has been in turmoil, as you very well know. And during and after COVID, the Fed printed out more and more money, making the money printer go burr, which led to inflation. You know, the devaluing of your dollar and its purchasing power. Then, because they printed so much money and created this problem to begin with, the Fed hiked up interest rates, which means the investments that the Silicon Valley Bank purchased years ago were now worth less than when they bought them. Plus, they invested in long-term treasuries like 10-year investments instead of shorter-term ones, putting them in an even worse position, meaning that the bank lost their clients' money on these investments. So they started selling off their other investments to mitigate this loss, making it seem like they weren't in the red, but they were. And essentially, this sell-off signaled to their clients that something was amiss. So their clients went to the bank and demanded their money, but of course, the bank couldn't give their clients the actual cash in hand because they didn't have it. And that's really the key here. The key takeaway, because our current financial system is such nonsense. Banks never have the actual money to give it back to their depositors. So if everyone went to the bank right now and demanded the money out of their accounts, the banks would not have it. They just wouldn't. And it should be noted that most banks, if your bank fails, the government insures up to $250,000 per depositor. But this is the thing, the Silicon Valley Bank clients, they had way more than $250,000 in their accounts. So there's billions and billions of dollars here in limbo that the bank just can't give back to them. All of this went down Friday, March 10th, and on Sunday, the Biden administration announced basically they were doing a government bailout of the Silicon Valley Bank, promising to customers that they would get all their money back. Quote, by guaranteeing all deposits, even the uninsured money that customers kept with the failed banks, the government aimed to prevent more bank runs and to help companies that deposited large sums with the banks to continue to make payroll and fund their operations. End quote. Again, no money for the people of East Palestine. Yeah, the water's safe to drink there. Yes, of course. Drink up. Cheers. But the government will get their checkbooks out for Silicon Valley and the DNC ATM. Now it's March 13th, Monday morning, and I'm recording this, and we're starting to see a few more banks go under and people panicking. Of course, people are worried that they aren't going to be able to get their life savings out of their bank. And to make it even worse, it kind of seems like this collapse was deliberate. Like there was foreknowledge because the records show that the Silicon Valley Bank employees got big bonuses on Friday, right before the bank went belly up. These bonuses were given out just hours before the bank was taken over by the government. 2 weeks ago, the top people at SVB sold more than $5 million worth of stock. Furthermore, the CEO of the Silicon Valley Bank has been removed from the board of directors at the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco. So you're telling me that this CEO sat on the board of the Fed and okayed all these bad investments while basically having insider knowledge, the ability to insider trade, while sitting on the board of the Federal Reserve? They probably let him press the button once or twice over at the Fed, that money printer button. This is such a joke. I just
Let
want to
me
make
ask-
it clear that the Fed has pulled stunts like this.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because just why this thought is resonating with me, why, do you think that because a certain president is in office, certain things they know they can get away with, or maybe even they set it up to happen so that this is something that they can deal with and they can control the narrative of when they're in office? Because it just seems like a lot of the different types of investments that this president has been pushing towards, regardless of how it, non-lucrative these ideas, or it's just not good investments, but he wants to do it anyway. You don't like, I mean, to me it just seems like this is something that should be pointed out as another failure of the president, because not just him coming to save the bank, but the ability for them because they were warned weeks ago, if not months ago, that this was going to happen.
But
Like
these are private companies, bro.
No, they're not. You could say they're private, but I mean, well, yeah, they are private, but they still at the hest of the government, because our
Only by
government,
regulations, which they
but
rolled back the Dodd-Frank
the
Act.
entire money system is ran under a private company. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, there's really no separation. That's just a thing to say to us. Like, our whole monetary system is run by quote unquote private entities. I mean, Federal Reserve just, I mean, just because it says federal, it's still a private company. So everything about the money system is screwed up to begin with. Like, I mean, I've been saying this for the longest, but nobody, like, I mean, I think you and another guy, another post video or video that you posted, argued about the whole idea of how this money system is working. It's like it's never going to be fixed until we actually have a true value system. Like when everything is just totally just, you know, you can adjust the numbers however you want, because the numbers don't lie, but people do. The people who are moving these numbers around lie very well.
Yeah,
It's
well,
just,
that's not Biden.
bro, it is. He's not actually doing the work. He's the one that's allowing these things to happen. And guess what? He just comes right on in and fixes it without giving them it, like, no problem. Like, it's just like this is a area that has to be fixed, or bro. Like, you have to look. You have to be able to see he is much deeper in this than the surface allows you to see.
Related to regulations, yes.
However you want to look at it, he has a very big involvement in it, because I I don't think Trump would have saved this company. Obama would have, because I mean, but he's on the same kind of engine that Biden is. They work for the same bosses.
Uh, um. Well, since you brought up Trump, let's move on. Freaking Trump said they're gonna arrest him on Tuesday. Did y'all hear that?
Yeah, I've been waiting to hear the laughter. Is this a joke, or is it supposed to be real? Who's supposed to be
Well,
arresting him,
he
first
was
of
the
all?
one who he's the one who posted it.
I
It
know.
came from his lips.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Is this supposed to be some kind of joke? Because, I mean, he's been taunting these people, quietly for a long time. So, like, now that he's back on Facebook and for other services, it's just kind of like everything. Because to me, just like I've been saying from the beginning, a bunch of this stuff is facade. These are things is to make, since they have control over the media, and and whatever they tell you, you believe. They've been doing everything they could to try to say that he was, how bad Trump is, but there's no facts really. Like, you can't. They haven't proven anything. They say certain things, but nothing ever happens from it. And that's collusion to J6. Like, and then especially with the new video surfacing about what actually was going on inside the Capitol. Like, I say it's a joke, because it's like, okay, I'm such a criminal. I guess I'm getting arrested. You know what? Matter of fact, I'm getting arrested on Tuesday. So when Tuesday come, everybody's looking, then see, okay, he's still free. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm waiting for for them to push the applause button and the laughter button, so that the show can, you can get your laughs and keep on moving, because it's just
Well,
really kind of showing
well, I
how
ain't
the
gonna
government.
lie.
Go
They've been
ahead.
saying they're gonna arrest him forever, but it's been coming from other sources. This time it came from him, so I think there's some validity to it.
Okay, but what else did he say?
It's over the Stormy Daniels thing about him supposedly using politics, about him using campaign money to pay her off.
But
Me,
that's
I just
already
think,
been proven. That's already
yeah,
been proven that
personally,
it's not.
I think she
Go ahead.
just got the Trump money before Trump checks were cool.
Well, if
I
it's
mean,
against
if
the
you think
law,
about
it's
it,
against the
I
law.
don't. I don't think
she's
Trump
the
money
first
has
one.
ever not been cool.
She's the first one. She's the first one that got a check from Trump.
If it's against the law, it's against the law, bro. It's like
Yeah,
attorney's office.
that's why they're going to press charges.
will be arrested on issues related to the
Man,
hush money underway.
this is
Film
becoming
star Stormy
insane.
Daniels from the New York grand jury this last week. So we have been told the Manhattan prosecutor is nearing criminal charges, but again, Donald indicating that he will be arrested Tuesday of next week and asking his protest to take our nation back. We are still working on this, getting more details are coming in, of course, the action. But again, former President Donald Trump indicating that he will be arrested on Tuesday of next week related to this hush money case involving adult film star Stormy Daniels.
So let me read his what he posted. He says, now illegal leaks from a corrupt and highly political Manhattan District Attorney's Office, which has allowed new records to be set in violent crime and whose leader is funded by George Soros, indicated that with no crime being able to be proven and based on an old and fully debunked by numerous other prosecutors fairy tale, the far and away leading Republican candidate and former President of the United States of America will be arrested on Tuesday of next week. Protests take our nation back. Donald Trump on Truth Social.
Yeah, I think I don't think that's real. You know, as far as like maybe he said that, but as far
No,
as
that's a
him
public
actually,
release. He can't speak that coherently himself.
That sounds like him, actually. That does sound like him, actually.
that was
To
definitely
me.
him, and he is like
No,
way better
that's
speaking
his
than most of y'all
that's his
fans.
message. I mean that's it, but that is not his language. You
Well, he
cannot
told
Alright,
them what to
hear him
say.
it doesn't
state
matter.
that
It
and
doesn't
speak
matter.
that. You couldn't hear that with his voice. I mean, because you know
Well,
he can't. Some of those words he
I
doesn't even know how to say.
I would
he
definitely say
told
that
them what to say.
there's some
That's what I'm saying. It's a press release.
Yeah.
Say
I say he said it, and regardless of what if he did or he didn't, this is just a joke. This is another way to show media how how manipulative it can be and is. All these things that they're trying to show you because like say, bro, what's the thing with the J6? What's it called? Like to me, that should have been like a Senate hearing or something that would have been much more legal from beginning to end if they believed that he was truly involved with sending people to the Capitol building. Like this
oh,
thing should have been taken way more serious
this new
than
footage takes the punch right out of all their. It was an evil thing going on.
yeah. I mean, there was even when it
You've
first
seen
happened. When it
the
first
new
happened,
footage,
people
right?
talking about. Well, I'm sorry, but no. In the beginning, they were talking about how a bunch of people like knew what was happening and they weren't coming in that day and this and like they say, bro. Like a lot of this stuff was really set up to. It's like, oh, like they tried to set him up. This is just that's
Well,
another piece of the
like I
puzzle.
said, Tucker released some footage that had not been released yet. Shows them, literally just wandering around, hanging out. The cops leading the shaman guy who's still in jail
The
into
shaman,
the Senate floors, where he then said a prayer for and thanked the Capitol Police for being so nice to them. They showed the guy that supposedly died in there hours after it supposedly happened, walking around checking stuff. And then Homeboy went on to say 5 officers were killed in the riot, lost their lives in the riot. When in truth, there's the one who died the next day of a stroke, and 4 that have killed themselves since then. So yeah, that narrative just got completely shredded.
bro. I'm getting to the point where I'm gonna just start just straight saying I told you so, because it's just too many things that we've had these discussions on, and not just between us. I'm just saying like in general with
You
even
remember,
friends of mine.
I said a while back, man, all those guys that were just there touring need to be just stop. Don't be stupid again. All the people that are military, either active duty, all the people that were active duty military, but just off for the weekend is there, they need to be sent back to the military in Article 15 because they know damn well that was wrong. And the people that they know were there for nefarious reasons should be treated as if they were there for nefarious reasons. They know who they are.
That Tucker piece was bullshit, y'all. That was red meat. It was trying to say, because the argument is it was a mostly peaceful protest, right? That's what he's trying to prove with that piece. I saw that piece, and so it's all just causing a bunch of confusion and shade and like cloudiness.
Is it?
Okay, then tell me why that footage was not released to Shaman Guy's defense attorney.
No,
or the public for that matter.
People
yet
just
all of
believe
the
what
violent
people-
ones and loud ones were.
Look, no. Some people believe what they want to believe instead of actually looking at the facts.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I mean, adding the idea that this, okay, if everything was what it was, then why was this information being held back for so long? Like, this was what, in 2021? Like, this is 2 years has passed already. Why all of a sudden, like, why we gotta have a new speaker before we see other sides of what happened there? Why does all of MAGA or anybody who's supporting Donald Trump such a bad person now because of J6 and all these other things? Like, all of a sudden, everybody who supported him is a bad person.
And I don't agree with that at all.
The worst part of America is that group of people.
I don't agree with that at all. But
so you've been sold some narratives, not a narratives about this whole ordeal, mainly because they are afraid to go up against him. Like, everything that the agenda that they've been fighting for is totally lost if he's in office, because he's the one that will, regardless of how crazy, like, I mean, we all know he's not like the first choice, but when have we had our first choice? We haven't. Like, they give us
the argument of the mostly peaceful protest is what Tucker was trying to. It wasn't. People died. We can agree on that. They rubbed shit on the walls. They fucking took over the Capitol. They was looking for fucking Pence. They wanted to take him out.
So they say. That's what they say.
There's footage of this.
Where is it? Where's the really? There's a narrative of that, because even like the stuff climbing the walls, that's like, okay.
Meanwhile, we're going to give a pass to all the protesters the previous 2 years that set fire to police stations with cops in it.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and see, I'm glad you said that, Doc, because that was something I saw somewhere else, is that what was Jimmy Dore? Jimmy Dore was being interviewed by somebody. I'm not sure. I forget who it was, but it's like more people died at these other BLM protests than J6, and this is where they really want to focus the attention. Like, there's so many other crimes that was involved. Not to say that we shouldn't, like, if J6 was what they said it was, yes, it should be handled in a similar fashion. But all of these other things that happen with just other protests, where there's fires, there's deaths, there's injuries, there's all kinds of different things.
We're not trying to make a parameter of what's worse. The law is the law. The law is the law. People dying is people dying.
See, you just said something there, but you don't want to live up to it.
There is no one worse. We're saying that. If you want to say one is bad, then the other is just as bad.
Exactly.
Wrong is wrong.
There is no worse.
y'all are putting up y'all, cause see,
The only person that died in this riot was one of the rioters because the dumb bitch tried to climb through a window that had just got broken in.
Doc is not lying.
She
He's
got
not.
popped.
He's not lying.
And she
And
only got shot in the shoulder and died in the hospital. So they didn't go for a lethal injury.
So I mean, I still feel like that's beside the point. And then back to the Black Lives Matter thing, where y'all were using that as an example. A report came out where you had FBI agents inciting people to do more horrible
the same thing that's
things.
happening
And you had FBI
it's the same thing that's
people
happening at the Capitol
infiltrated into
building.
Proud Boys who pushed them to do this. Argument works both ways. Supposedly the FBI's man, that governor kidnapping a while back. Do you realize there was only, out of like 14 people involved, do you realize there was only 5 of them that weren't FBI?
Yeah.
You see,
And none of
has
them were
anybody
known to
really-
possibly be violent before that happened. They were encouraged to be a violent action by the FBI. They
And
went to him and said, hey, man, wouldn't it be really cool if we did this? Hey, come on, man. It'll be the power. It'll be the people. Come on.
They gave them the
But
weapons.
they
They gave them the money, and they organized it and everything.
And the
Yeah, so-
plan. I mean, it was all technically a government thing, but then these guys got involved. Oh, what? Hey, 9 on 5. You 4 or 5 are going to jail because the rest of us are all cops.
Yeah, that shit is foul.
Bro,
Extremely.
Because I know that if I didn't know Chaka's heart, I would be saying something totally different. But bro, you gotta realize that this whole setup, like, this is all a psyop, and any of us who believes the Democratic side right now are being played for fools. Anybody who's not being open-minded and able to look at the balance, try to make some balance out of this, because it's all everything is coming from one side. So, not to say that democracy is horrible, but right now the leaders of it, the people that we're looking up to or has the power, they're screwing with everything just so that they can slip the rug from under your feet.
Democracy is a great thing. It's the laziness of the people that's got us fucked up right now.
Dude, it's based off your decisions, man. Like, seriously, it's based off your decisions. Your decisions are personally in court. Like everything that everybody's talking about. This is why I asked Shaka, can I please be on the damn show? Like that's what you do from internally. Like, just your brain. That's your brain, your mind. You've been blessed with that. So
Free will.
Go ahead.
No, I was saying free will.
I think democracy is a pacifier.
No,
democracy is something that's easily controlled, my friend. It doesn't matter your skin color.
Well, see, the whole thing is that they've put democratic processes into a republic government, which we don't necessarily have to have a president. We don't necessarily have to have the certain courts, but
I completely agree with that.
The certain things that we do have to have is people, government representatives that are, of course, not greedy and looking out for themselves, which I don't know if any of us
we're talking about the whole caliber, right? We're talking about the whole caliber as far as how the government runs and how it affects you, right?
Yes.
So, dude, that's on you, man. Like I look. I have to say this. As far as presidents, as far as black people, dude, you've got one black people, and now you got a vice versa black people. No, I intentionally forgot both of their names. My mom keeps reminding me of Obama, but no, stop playing
44.
color.
No,
I use numbers.
First of all,
That's funny. That's funny. Doc, don't make me laugh. God damn it! It's not a white or black thing. That shit needs to stop.
I'll say it.
But
44,
as far as your
45,
decisions,
46.
like I said, As far as your decisions, like I said, that's on you, man. That's on you. The creator of all these damn universes gave you your mind. And how you handling that?
I'm gonna just tell y'all, Obama doesn't claim to be black because he's.
Well, I don't know what that means because
constitutional
I don't know what that means.
It depends on where
you
he's
still
speaking. You
gotta find the sand, bro. You still gotta find that sand where it came from. Yeah, hard shit.
Well,
it's hard shit. You still gotta find where the sand where it came from. The world is a very big place for us, but it's small in space. It's very fucking small.
Well, the whole thing is, like I said, it's all a psyop. Like, I mean, most people, because
oh god, got my braids, so
gotta show off the braids.
All right, so please tell me, how is this not a psyop? This whole government, like,
I'm not saying
I know
it's
everybody
not.
here said that's yeah, it is not. Thank you, Shaka. It is not, dude. Your mind is your mind.
No, it is a psyop, and that's what I said when I was saying it's a pacifier because it's the sucking on the teat.
I've been talking to you guys about 4th and 5th generational warfare forever, since before I even actually was able to talk on the show, and that is what this all is going on, and it's all psyops. It is a war unlike in a space that we have never seen before. This is not on the open battlefield. This is in the minds of people.
Doc, there's a lot of them.
And it's big. It's worldwide.
There's a lot of them.
It's global.
Say I'm stupid.
Let's do that. They don't care where you fall. They don't care what you fall. Where you fall. It's just
no. Everybody's supposed to be taking care of their own fucking life. That's what I'm saying.
Why do you think they want to divide us by all the different things? Because as long as we're divided and searching ways that we are all different from each other,
okay, goddamn it,
don't find out how much we are alike. And how much we don't like this crap going on.
Yeah, but
I don't know. I don't know. Doc, I don't know. Doc, I don't know. I do not know why we don't like each other. Dude, I have friends in every damn color, and no one gets that.
Well, no.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
I mean, listen. People get that. But there's so many other things. Like, if that's not their stick, if that's not the thing that gets them hung up on the
that starts at internal building.
There is something.
I just said that.
Is gonna, okay, but when you saying like, oh, it's just up to you to just handle your own business.
No, don't tell me how I said it. Where's the answer, dude? You have to build internally for yourself.
Maybe if you wouldn't have been talking over me, I could have finished saying what I was.
So tell me how I'm the hero. Tell me how I'm the hero, even saying that. But now I'm the enemy.
I didn't say you was a hero.
Yes, I am judging. You got DEXHAWN.
Listen, you can't.
You know who Deshaun is. My daddy ain't here no more.
You can't make a blanket statement saying that we just gotta handle our own business.
I didn't make a blanket statement.
Yes, you did.
You sure about that?
Okay.
Look,
all right.
Look. Let me change the subject.
Yeah, because I mean, he came to be argumentative with us.
I did. Yeah, good. Build. You can build on there.
All right. Well, you gotta be able to listen. You
see, I gave that back
over everybody because you angry.
Yes,
because I'm getting under your skin. You can't be all upset.
You're not under my skin, bro.
We all angry.
I am.
Oh no, you're not.
Look.
Yeah,
listen,
I mean,
listen.
If I wasn't, you would just allow me to say what I'm going to say. But you know, I'm too.
Oh no, that's not how this shit works.
Listen. We take turns. It's a conversation. We're trying to go for the conversation, not necessarily.
How you not know how life works,
Most of us
bro?
have respect for each other, bro.
Who's right or wrong? Because we're all wrong.
You don't respect nobody here.
Yes. Allow the people to talk. Look, I want to change the subject. Check this out right here. It's Florida bill will ban young girls from discussing periods in schools. It will require that instruction on sexual health only be taught in grades 6 through 12.
You see my hand?
This is Washington Post. Check it out. It says, as Florida Republicans are introducing and advancing a wave of bills on gender and diversity that are likely to be signed into law by Governor Ron DeSantis, one GOP lawmaker acknowledged this week that his proposed sexual health bill would ban girls from talking about their menstrual cycles in school. House Bill 1069 would also require that instruction on sexual health, such as health education, sexually transmitted diseases, and human sexuality, only occur in grades 6 through 12, which prompted Grant to ask whether the proposed legislation will prohibit young girls from talking about their periods in school when they first start having them. McClain responded it would. The GOP lawmaker representing Ocala, Florida, later clarified that it would not be the intent of the bill to punish girls if they came to teachers with questions or concerns about their menstrual cycle, adding that he'd be amenable to amendments if they were to come up. The bill ended up passing 13-5 on Wednesday in party line vote as GOP legislators make up a super majority in the chamber. So basically, what this is talking about is, okay, only 6 to 12 with the sex education, which sounds good and fine on the surface, but these girls are having their periods. My youngest started hers, and she's still in elementary school. So
I'm not good with that.
So they're not going to be able.
These kids need to be able to go to someone to talk to.
Bro, yeah, I think y'all missing this because I mean
they need to talk to each other.
Wait, before you comment, let me read this part right here. It says, so if little girls experience their menstrual cycle in 5th grade or 4th grade, will that prohibit conversations from them since they are in the grade lower than 6th grade? Representative Ashley Grant asked Representative Stan McClain. The bill sponsor responded, it would.
Okay, all right. Look, I'm just gonna say this, and I mean, I'm hopefully not making too big of a deal with this, but I think the parents need to stop being so scared to have conversations with their child. And it, you know, is that even something that should be discussed at school that way? Because I mean, especially in a public way, because everybody don't need to know about it. First of all, I mean, I don't think most girls don't want it to be like, especially with it being so new and them not really understand, like they're not trying to promote that anyway, and like, oh, look at me, I'm bleeding. Like, bro, like, I mean, have some respect for the kids, and if your kid happen to be one that's learning or having to learn this sooner than some of the others, like, you just got to be on her side and be there for her so she can.
Yeah, but you don't know when your child is going to start their menstrual cycle.
No,
it can happen at school.
But that's something that. But she's a girl. You know, at some point she will. So
but you haven't had the conversation with your child because you don't know how old she was going to be. And it started, and she's at school, and she can't even go to her teacher to talk to about.
Do you wait till your kid is having sex to try to have the sex conversation with them?
We're not talking about sex. We're talking about menstrual cycles. I know
exactly what we're talking about, bro. I'm asking you a question. This is relative.
But that's apples and oranges, though.
No, it's not, bro. Listen. It's the same thing. This is something that you can prepare her for, that she will expect, that will happen. And in case it does, this is what you do. This is what you do not do.
So that's the good thing for girls, though. You know, if they start to menstruate, you know damn well it's time to give them that talk about sex.
Yes, that's true.
Boys, you don't know. You don't know when it.
But
it's
happening.
But like I said,
it's happening at an earlier age.
Yeah, and it's happening at an early age when they're starting their cycle. So if you look, you're not there at school when she started her cycle. It just came out the blue.
Bro, but
and
she's
she can't
at home
go
with
to her
you
teacher.
every day. She's at home with you every day, and you can tell her that this is something that she needs to be prepared for, that this is something that could potentially happen. And maybe she just has a temporary one, like something in her backpack, just in case, because we don't know when it'll happen.
So what age then would you
be
recommend?
Her biggest advocate.
So what age do you recommend you start putting the pads in her backpack?
What's the youngest age that you know a child can have?
It can start at 9, 10 years old.
Okay, well then start then. Because I mean, if she has it, guess what?
In
She's gonna have
certain
to move into.
circumstances, it can start as early as 4 and 5 years old.
Okay, well that's not the average or normal.
No, it's not.
So
But the question
but if it
was,
happens,
when has
no
it
matter
been
where
known?
she is, that's still not a public conversation.
She needs to be
They-
able to
they
have someone
shouldn't
she can go
have a
to.
rule. They shouldn't be
So
afraid to
wait a
go
minute,
to
do
their
you really
teachers
believe?
or to the
No, do
nurse
you really
about that.
believe if she's having an issue like that, she doesn't have the counselor to go to, she doesn't have a school nurse to go to, she doesn't have somebody to go to at school that she can talk to privately about what's going on with her? It has to be a classroom subject.
No,
And then
look,
not if they don't trust their teachers.
this bill is saying they can't talk about it at school at all. Nobody.
That's bullshit. I don't believe that.
That's what the bill says. We just read it.
Say, bro. Listen, if she's having an emergency or something at school, like, bro, do you know how much liability that would be on the school for her to have to deal with that the whole? But come on, like, there's got to be some common sense used in this.
Well, there's no common sense in this bill.
Okay,
that's the problem. We have the word of the law and the way it goes. Sense doesn't matter. Only how people are going to take that and try to twist and change that.
Yeah, there's like right now you're not trying to see the other side of
remember the don't say gay bill.
Yeah,
it never said that. It never said don't say gay in it at all. But that is what everybody thought and believed.
Exactly.
I mean, and it was basically about not talking about gender and sexuality until the kids got beyond a certain age.
But
which we all agreed was high school when we were talking.
Look,
and now they're just changing this to be periods as well.
But no, listen, one of the elements that y'all are forgetting is that we're talking about the media that's mostly owned by the left and is trying to maybe leave out some things to make you get upset about what you see in how they're explaining this bill that's happening in Florida.
We just read the bill. I mean, well, not the bill. We just read the implications of it.
Oh yeah, that's not the real bill, is it?
Well, they asked the guy.
It's not the real bill, is it?
They asked him. They said, if the girl is in 5th grade.
Somebody's opinion of what they believe the bill is, right?
No, he's the guy who's the sponsor. He's the bill's sponsor. And they asked him.
The guy that wrote the bill said, yeah, that means they can't talk about it.
They can't talk about it if they're in 5th grade.
Under no circumstances, because this
that's all
at school.
We only know that's the exact words. We don't know the full context of those two statements.
Come on, both of y'all are too smart to like not realize that. And then like that could be a case like get you a couple $100,000 or millions of dollars if something happened with it.
I got a dumb question. How is somebody too smart to not realize? I have to know that. How is somebody too smart to not realize? Because I've been through some. No, let me ask you a personal question. This is a question that you asked for a couple of minutes ago. How are people too smart to not realize the intelligence that wraps on this world that was built? Like, what is that? But as a core, we don't save any of that mentally.
Listen,
I'm not effing around.
I'm speaking to two people that I know I think of very highly, and I know that they can.
No, I just asked you a question. So you can't answer that question. Okay.
All right.
Chaka, I just sent you a link to an article that has the woman asking the question.
No, I didn't argue. I asked you a question.
Okay, ask the question.
We can actually see her on
film. You need me to re-answer the question.
I want
re-answer and ask it, right?
Question instead of all the other scenario. What is the actual question?
I told you. How are people too smart to not realize what's going on?
Okay, so I'm trying to answer it. So if you don't want to accept,
you just had this. Go ahead.
Okay,
we just had this question.
I'm speaking to two people who I've analyzed their intelligence quite a few times, and I know they're smart enough to see this. It's just that right now they're caught up in what I believe is a passion thought or the heat of the
Oh,
moment because of what they
yeah, that's
think they're
logic.
seeing or
Okay,
hearing.
good. Okay, good.
So
That's what I was asking.
yeah,
That's exactly
so
what I was
that's
asking. Hey, man, you got to be accurate, bro.
I
You
am.
got to be
It's just
accurate.
that I mean, but if I gotta be in detail about every little thing, I mean, I never get a point across. So I mean, I'm talking to people
You have
who
to be
understand what
detailed
I'm
with
saying.
yourself before you're detailed with anybody else.
Well, I tell you what, everybody else understood what I was saying, and you had a question,
I,
I answered it.
I don't
Hopefully,
know.
we're
I
good.
could doubt it, but I probably create a problem.
I mean, bro,
Oh,
you can doubt whatever you
okay.
like.
I know I
Here's
can.
the art. Here's the article. Check it out. Florida Geo. Am I sharing? Okay.
Yes.
This is what Doc sent me. It says this is March 16th, 2023. Tori Oten for TNR. I don't know what this publication is, TNR. But the title, it says Florida GOP bill would ban young students from talking about their periods in schools. The measure is part of a larger attack on health education in Florida schools. A Florida Republican lawmaker has introduced a bill to restrict sex education in public schools that would also prohibit young students from discussing their periods with school officials. The bill, originally introduced in February, would ban teachers, students about health, reproductive health, or sexually transmitted diseases before sixth grade. Does this bill prohibit conversations about menstrual cycles? Because we know that typically the ages is between 10 and 15. So if a little girl experiences their menstrual cycle in fifth grade or fourth grade, will that prohibit conversations from them since they are in a grade lower than sixth grade? State Representative Ashley Grant asked during a House Education Quality Subcommittee
Depends on what they go through.
On Wednesday. The bill sponsor, Republican State Representative Stan McClain, admitted the measure would. Grant later asked if the bill would penalize teachers if students younger than sixth grade came to them with the issues or questions about their period. McClain said that would not be the intent of the bill and that he was open to amendments that would allow for such conversations. But given the scope of the rest of the bill, it would be surprising if students will even know what to ask. McClain's measure would dramatically limit what can be taught about sexual health. Teachers would have to say that sex is only male or female and that the reproductive roles are binary, stable, and unchangeable. Any sex education will be abstinence only, and the bill includes language that makes sex and desire sound shameful. Parents would have the right to object to and contest any course material that they think is not age appropriate, is pornographic, or contains sexual content that is not purely educational. If a special committee agrees with the complaint, the material will be pulled from the school. Parents could also see the school library catalog and prevent their children from accessing any of the material. Florida Republicans are cracking down hard on the rights of women and gender minorities. They introduced a bill that would ban abortion after 6 weeks and have banned transgender girls from playing girls' sports. The state high school athletics governing board came under fire in January for deciding to require that student athletes give schools detailed information about their menstrual history. Parents and healthcare providers slammed the measure as an invasion of privacy and worried the information would be used to find out which students got abortions or were trans. The Florida High School Athletics Association decided in February not to require students' menstrual history, but it will require them to report their sex assigned at birth. Another measure that may worry could be used to out trans students. This latest bill seems to imply that when Florida legislation said they don't want to know students' menstrual history, they really meant it. So that's the article. Is there a clip in here? Yeah, there's a clip. Let me play the clip.
Does this menstrual cycle, because we know that typically the ages is between 10 and if girls experience their menstrual cycle in 5th grade or 4th grade, will that prohibit conversations from them since they are in a grade lower than 6th grade?
You recognize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would.
Okay, go ahead, Pat. What are you saying?
Well, the whole thing, the biggest problem that I have is that, you know, there's now we live in a free country, you know, we can't force other people's children to learn things on your time. Like, can a parent have the chance to teach their children in the form and fashion that they want, whether it's about sex, whether it's about the, you know, their, you know, this what the girl cycle, whatever. Like, everybody, you know, feels like, you know, they've lost control of their own home. Not everybody, but a lot of people feel like, okay, you're forcing certain things into schools that is not necessary, especially if you are a parent. Like, if this child has a parent, then they should be able to teach their child certain things about life on their time. So, like, that's the whole thing. Like, I think we're forgetting about the freedom of others because some of us are just maybe just too lazy or just don't want to have those conversations themselves. They want to, you know, they want the government to teach their child what they should be and how they should handle these things, you know. Others are not. They rather be hands-on and teach it the way they want to teach it. So,
well, look, they've been having sex education in schools forever. And I remember when I was in school a lot of years ago, and I think I was in middle school, and they were showing the pictures of like syphilis. I still remember this to this day.
That's not the same conversations that's happening today, though. It's not the same conversations because I mean, for the most part, it was trying to, you know, okay, if you do, these are the things you need to worry about, at least, you know, protective stuff, you know, which I'm not saying that they don't do that anymore, but there's other things in there that is not necessarily natural in a lot of opinions that is being taught.
Well, they're taking it all out. So these kids aren't going to see these pictures of the syphilis and the herpes and stuff. Like, I think that stuff had a great impact on me. I was scared. I'm not wanting to.
But guess what?
They showed pictures of people's faces like had fallen in. You know, when it's syphilis and it's prolonged or untreated, and their face was. I remember this.
But you know what the good thing is for your child is that you know these things and you can teach it to them. Well, like I think most things should, like,
my parents didn't show me pictures of some people with syphilis.
But the world is different now. The world is different now. And you have the knowledge. Maybe your mom, they didn't think about it, this, that, and the other. You know that this is out there, that it's the way to show your child.
I learned that stuff in school. They showed they pulled out the condoms. It doesn't matter
where you learned it. It's where your child needs to learn it. It's different times. Like, things that, like, in the 1930s and what happened in the 1990s are totally different. Like, just think about what your mom and them learned. They didn't even know that they could show you what you learned. So because you in a different position, you just have to accept that. And if the schools are gonna keep things, you know, because things are getting too excessive and going overboard, because some people believe that certain things should be taught at this age and others feel that it shouldn't, that's too big of a conflict. So parents need to take more control over what their children are learning.
As a result, it's gonna have huge negative impacts. Because, like I say, they showed the condoms, how big they stretch, and all of this, and it's like these kids are having sex.
So you can't show your child that. You can't teach your child that.
You can, but it's better to make sure that all of these kids. What about like I was saying before, your neighbor is not teaching your kid about sex, but your neighbor's kid is the same age as your kid. And like I said, these kids are having sex as young as 10 years old already.
Well, just make sure,
So
but
if
just
they
at
don't
least
know
make sure your
anything
child is
about,
protected.
they don't
And if
know
they
anything
haven't
about
getting
getting pregnant or STDs or menstrual cycles, they're completely lost. They don't know as soon as they had that menstrual cycle, now they can get pregnant. Now they're pregnant at 10 and 11 years old.
Well, that's my problem, and I guess everybody can't be a part of a self-governing government, because this is a part of what it takes. You taking responsibility for your
But you can't
own
control
lives.
you can't control what
You
your
don't
neighbor
have
is teaching their children.
No, you can't. And if you allow your child to go hang out with those children, then they possibly going to learn some of the same things that they're learning. That's still the responsibility of the parent.
But you ain't gonna know. You're not gonna be there all the time. You don't know what is going on. You can't possibly know. And
Okay.
the
But
little
that's the whole
girl
thing. You're arming
pushes
your child.
herself on your kid and then gave your kid syphilis, and he didn't know nothing about it.
But see, that's the thing. The more knowledgeable your child is, that you can teach them and how to deal with certain situations, because maybe they can't just get pushed up on because daddy already told you how to handle something like this, or mama
So wait, I'm gonna
told you
get
how to deal
personal.
with something.
Have you had this conversation with little Pat about syphilis, herpes?
Yes.
Getting girls pregnant, condoms? Have you had this conversation?
Yes.
You told him about how you could catch STDs.
Yes. Yes, I've had these conversations with him because, bro, like life is moving on, bro. Like, I mean, I'm trying to protect my child any way I can, and especially when they're curious and they have questions, sometimes you offer different things because you can see that they are prepared, they're ready for certain conversations, but you have to not be afraid to. 'Cause I mean, certain things like they can learn from you or they can learn from the streets. I mean, that's the same way as like I can whoop my son's ass or I can wait for the police to whoop his ass.
But you can't guarantee your
On your
neighbor is
mind.
teaching. You can't
On your
guarantee your
mind.
neighbor is teaching their child.
No, you can't. But that's the thing. See,
You're muted, Doc. I can't hear you.
You can give protective measures to your child, so no matter what these other children are saying or doing, they already have set parameters and where they're gonna go.
Watching too much TV.
I'm just trying to figure out why you're saying that it's okay for the government to make this decision for you.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
actually
that
you kind of are.
I'm saying it's needed. I'm saying it's needed. Look, we started this argument. We started this conversation on the menstrual cycles that the girls having at 10 and 11 years old, and they can't go to their teacher. What if their cycle starts at school? Now, what are they gonna do? You are at work.
Okay,
Pat.
here's where the article.
The mom is at work.
Here's what we're really talking about right here. The guy said, if it happens, it's not meant to stop that. If that were to happen, but we know what the law is going to be used for and done. It's going to be done to the letter, to the most possible, or someone's going to screech.
Yeah, and we're talking about we're talking about Florida, right?
With it right now.
We're talking about Florida.
Law.
So
this particular Florida one that we just saw, where he actually said, no, the teachers and stuff can't talk to the kids about it.
So the kid is just started bleeding, and he don't know what to do. The kid's just going to be sitting there bleeding in the classroom.
They can't initiate. I believe when they're saying that they can't talk to him about it, they can't initiate that kind of conversation with the children.
Well, see, that's what this question was about that this lady just asked. She said, would this prevent them from having that conversation? And he said, yes, it would.
Yes, it would.
Now, further into the discussion, in the writing in the article,
the
he
kid
says
starts bleeding.
It's not intended in a way to prevent the kid from being able to talk about it if it happens.
So the kid starts bleeding.
Here we've got the letter of the law, and what he. the intent doesn't matter.
Please let Chaka finish because
Yes, the kid starts bleeding. She's 10 years old. She goes to the teacher. What do I do? The teacher's gonna be like, I can't tell you nothing.
Your parents didn't tell you what you should do. They know the laws, right?
This is a immediate situation that needs to be dealt with right now. The period just started. It needs to be dealt with. You're at work. The mom is at work.
So new goal. How many goalposts we done put up so far? Like, I mean, bro, like it's really simple, bro. I mean, we're adults.
She just started bleeding. She can't go to the teacher and be like, hey, what do? I got blood going down my legs.
Say, bro, there's no teacher that's gonna, especially in this period, where especially, all right, like down the road, a year from now, 2 years from now, this happens in schools, they're probably gonna be like, look, I don't know what to tell you, go get some tissue.
But they can't even tell them that. So the kid's just gonna be sitting there in the blood for the rest of the school day.
They'll send them to the nurse.
To the nurse, exactly, bro.
And then the nurse ain't gonna be able to do nothing for them because of the law.
We know what's gonna happen then. The nurse is gonna talk to that kid and explain what's going on the best that they can in the simplest terms. And then the hall of parents can go, you need to talk to them about this. I told them what I could. Yeah, and that is where the parent all of a sudden either goes psychotic, says thank you for helping my child, or goes psychotic and goes, you shouldn't be saying anything to my kid about that, and I can sue you because that is the letter of the law.
But the teacher is going to be scared to say anything.
Stop. Look, listen. One thing that I think you're kind of overlooking, because the nurse is not a teacher. Because if the teacher directs them to the nurse, the nurse can actually have more of a conversation with them, because that is more of their profession. A teacher, that is not their profession.
But the thing is, we're talking about the way the bill is structured and written. We know how it should work in the world. And personally, I think sending them to the nurse is the absolute best thing. It gets them to do it in private. They have the ability to ask without alerting everyone around them what's going on. And, and
that's what would happen.
And the nurse should be the best one. But according to this bill, they can't do that.
Right.
Because she's still a school official.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. Yes, the common sense.
And that's not the spirit that we're talking about, which he said it's not that. He says that's not the intent. He said that's not the intent.
Well, bro,
but regardless of his
intent, the problem is that's the letter of the law, and that's why I have to agree to disagree with this.
Well, I say that, I mean, okay, because
it needs to be rewritten properly.
And maybe it is. Maybe this is still something that he only got, because we know how they are on Capitol Hill.
He did say he was open to better language.
Okay.
In the article further down, it says that.
Yes. But in a nutshell, this is pretty much what it's supposed, the parameters in which it's supposed to meet. I get it. But I don't think that this is the final say of what he just said. Because, I mean,
here we go, the top paragraph.
Because, but the main thing is so that teachers can't be having this conversation. Because, I mean, we have what we call in, these teachers that want to mold your kid into what they are because they're so lonely being what they are by themselves. So they want to start up a whole new generation that's going to be just like them. And they're like, oh, I did that. No, I mean, these teachers are doing too much, bro. And you probably would be more thankful that they're not trying to, every teacher is not trying to impress their own ideas.
I can send you some stuff that today's teachers are putting out that would horrify you.
Yeah, they're They're called groomers.
Yeah, I'm in that conversation in other places.
Yeah, bro. I promise you would much rather you or your child's mother or somebody, your sister or somebody who loves this child to have those conversations with her than just somebody out there that might even just dislike her because she's a natural girl. bro, I promise you, like you just like take some of these things as just a blessing, bro. It's not something to fight against every time. Because you know what? That's something I need to take on as a parent that I need to make sure my child gets because she's not going to get it at school. Great. Okay. You know what? Let me find a way that I can, bring this to my child so she can be prepared so that she's not horrified that, oh, I'm dying because I'm bleeding from my private place. It's not like the first time she hears about it is from somebody else is ridiculous to me.
I think we're going backwards, and it's going to have negative impacts. You're going to have kids with STDs.
No, this is what's going to make parents grow. We're going forward. This is what's making parents be more responsible for their children is to step up and do what's best for them, and we don't have to rely on what somebody else might have said.
It's going to result in more teen pregnancies. It's going to result in more STDs. That's what it's going to result in.
I think that's still up to the parent too.
Oh, fuck.
That's what I think it is.
Damn.
Going backwards.
Logic. No, not going backwards. Maybe going backwards on your own life. But you gotta know that you own your own mind. You own that. It's like the third time I've said that out of this whole conversation.
Oh yeah, you say that a lot.
There's
yes,
no
sir,
way I
I
want
do.
anybody else to have a bigger impact on my child's life than me myself.
But you need help. You can't do it.
Take
all
care
on
of your
own.
kids, man.
You can't be there at the moment she starts her period.
Yeah, no, you
And
can
you
be
do
there
need help.
before. You can be there before it happens, bro.
All right,
You can have her
Shaka. I'm gonna
prepared.
call you by your nickname, bro.
She can be whistling Dixie when it happens.
I'm gonna call you by your nickname. God damn it.
It might actually
But
be
man,
something she can be happy.
Take care of your kids, man.
How many parents, out of the goodness of their heart and the love of their children, put off that conversation because they're still trying to hold on to their children?
Yep, exactly.
I'm not gonna say that as a bad thing or a bad parenting thing, and I will defend parents that do that. But that is what
At least
happens.
you know why I blind out.
And so then,
I
like
do that
say,
intentionally now.
So where does it start? You have the conversation with their 7 years old, 6 years old, and you make sure that they have a tampon in their backpack.
Having conversations with your child, like those things, you don't get bothered by that because guess what? You know, either you realize they're ready for it, or either because the thing is. The way the world is, if you're allowing everybody else to teach them, you first of all.
So let me ask you a question. What are they supposed to do after they're gone? Well, after you pass away, what are your kids supposed to do? Are they supposed to know everything that you're saying right now?
Who are you asking?
I'm asking you. You answered the question.
No, I didn't. I wasn't sure who you was.
Jesus Christ. Are you supposed to, dude? Look into the Bible. The Bible paints.
Well, guess what? Let me just kind of give you an idea how.
Let's jump. Okay, go ahead.
Because my son has godmother and godfather that will take responsibility if anything happens to me or his mother, because either way, one of us will take precedence over whoever's gone. So if I'm gone, I pray that I have given him everything that I can. Or that I was meant to give him before I left.
Yeah.
And that's
I agree with what you're saying at that moment.
Done, yeah, after that's done, said and done, and guess what? He has a destiny. But at the same time, the things that I teach him will either enhance his destiny or it can dim it. So
the best learning, look, I'm going to give you some advice. The best learning that you can give to your kids is being the best you and understanding where you are mentally, financially, physically. You hear me? I caught that. You hear me?
What?
and passing that on to them, because that's what my father did to me.
Okay.
And that's why before my father passed away, he was like, let me hear about your friends. He was not effing around. And he pulled off, he was blocking his eyes from the sun. Not the sun, not that the sun is bad. I can't play too many games. Not that the sun was bad. He was blocking his eyes from the sun. He pulled them up and he was like, they need Jesus. And he pulled them back and he was like, go ahead. Tell me more about your friends. My dad was not an F up. He was not. And I don't play color games.
But I was. And guess what? I learned from my experiences, and I also allow my son to learn from my mistakes. So
it's okay. Like, your mistakes are okay. You're a damn human. That's who I am.
I know, but what I'm saying, I appreciate what you're saying.
I'm not a god. I'm a human being. I just understand why my dad pulled me out.
Okay.
I am a god.
Dude, we didn't talk. All of our conversations, my whole life, living with my dad, were in between. My mom was sitting right there, and my mom was always calm, and she always grabbed me by my shoulders or the back of my head, and was like, "Come on, son, it's time to go." Or my dad did it, and like, "Yep, we got to go clean the truck." And me and my dad cleaning the truck was not the same.
Okay,
because my dad would point. Take care of your kids.
Yes, I agree. But look, I'm only here to offer perspectives. I'm not trying to make anybody do anything that they don't want to do themselves.
How you get that?
But I do appreciate. I do feel that offering my position is gonna help a lot of people.
The best that I can say, dude, I don't fuck with people's mind. That's God's shit. Because when you see them, you damn sure see them. Oh hell yeah!
Somebody's mind. I'm
shit,
not really sure
you know how this world goes. You know how this world goes. You know exactly how this world goes.
Yeah,
people,
but
there's a hell of a lot of them. I'm a psychology major, and then the psych point don't mean I'm psychic. Well. I had to start that.
But listen,
psychology is a major. I got kicked out of my class for helping somebody, and the teacher told me what grade I'm gonna get. You see what I'm talking about? That. This is not a joke. And I am not old at 37. This is young. Go build hell, motherfucker. Because you're gonna find people that are very on my caliber that don't have that game that I heard. That's the best that I can say.
Well, that means they're not on your caliber. If they don't have this,
caliber is not a place that you deal with. Everybody has the same caliber. We were all here. I mean, white people, black people, Mexican people. I got all them.
All right.
Like for real.
I'm getting lost, but
don't get lost. You shouldn't be. People are here.
Well, I mean, you just told me a little while ago to be specific about what I'm talking about. So
you better be specific about who you are.
You're asking others.
Yep, you better be specific about who you are, and you need to restart, build.
You have full knowledge and understanding of what you're speaking about, and you're skipping around as you're talking to us. We don't have that full knowledge.
Over here, partner.
You need to share a little deeper in your statements, and then give us time to absorb them and reply.
Well, the Bible is over 100,000 years old.
Parts of it. Well, 100,000, I don't know, but definitely over 20,000.
Oh no, it's 100,000.
I mean,
what, the Bible?
I think they found stuff as far back as 25,000 years right now.
Yeah. No.
All right.
That's what I found.
Yeah. Let's
I'll shut up.
Did we
You're not my enemy.
Doc, did we go into the video about everything you know about history is probably wrong? Did we cover any of that last night?
Oh yes. Well, no, I don't know. I wasn't here last night, but
yeah, I did mention a couple of times that I'm pretty much half of that is shreddable because of the way he words things and the way he sets things up.
And then I have another one.
But the problem is actually he's right about a lot of it. But then when he starts going off on this is how they're going to argue with you and things like that, he's actually setting you up to be able to dismiss things with only partial knowledge.
Yeah.
No, it's not partial. It's how you build yourself.
Well, no, we're talking about a specific video.
Oh, my bad, Doc.
Yeah, because I mean, I get
just like I apologize to Shock, and I just told him.
Well, that's why we
what
like I said, that's why we try to make sure we're clear and on the same page.
So Doc, I mean Pat, did you watch that video, right?
Yeah.
What did you think of it?
Well, I mean, I agreed with what he was saying, and you know, as far as what, because I mean, my opinion of how that should have gone is finding proper, references, because I mean, instead of trying to tell you what to look for or what's this, that, and the other, it's like there's a guideline. Shoot. Everybody may not do all the same kind of research, but I wouldn't really just go off because based on what Doc just said, I wouldn't want to tell somebody, oh, this is how you should, try to deter them from that information. Just allow them the ability to be able to see it for themselves. Maybe point out things that you recognize, but I don't know. But
I like the comments that he made when it was like the Pharaoh or whatever, the king didn't build this or they didn't do this, and it's like, what about the army? And like they're leaving out.
We know that though.
We know who gets. Yeah, most of us know that. But just because it's not said,
it's mentioned and all. It really is mentioned and talked about. I remember all of that being part of it. It's like, yeah, it was built by the slaves, and here's the rest of it and the leaders, and here's how history went. Come on, we're going to do this really, really quick because we've got, 5,000 years to cover in.
Yeah,
and that's his critique.
22 hours over the next 22 weeks.
And that was his critique on how the history was taught, because it's like
that's
Alexander the
Great
Way.
Because if you don't teach it that way, you're going to be spending 6 to 10 hours a day every year, or 6 to 10 hours or 6 hours of class, pretty much like 3-4 times every decade or 100-year or 200-year span, just to be able to get that kind of a look at what history really is.
Well, look,
and he keeps knocking down the great man theory, which I completely agree with too, but he doesn't understand. If you're using the linchpin theory and not the great man theory, you understand a little bit better about why it's taught that way.
It's misleading to do the great man theory, because it's like, and then what he was making the argument about the individualism, and that's what they want us to be thinking, like,
Well, see, he's a diehard socialist.
And that's
his
why
entire goal is to break down individualism to make individual people less important.
Well, that's why we
worship. If you use it as a linchpin theory, you understand that these people are the straw that broke the camel's back, not the entire story.
Well, that's the
it's
reason
a linchpin.
Why we make people
That's these little places in history that made the difference, where the tide was turned.
Well, the individual side is the reason why we make people like Hitler the devil or whatever, and we make like Elon Musk like a hero or whatever. And it's just not true.
Well, actually, you just compared one that pretty much was, and one that is very opinionated.
I'm just saying, the way Hitler did what he did was based on a lot of stuff that was outside of Hitler. You know what I mean? He borrowed from philosophies. he was a reader, and also he used the waves of the politics of the era, to accomplish the stuff that he accomplished, and
to manipulate and murder and be the linchpin in that moment of time in history. That one little plug, if you pulled, changed everything. Not great man, mind you, because it could have been Mussolini that popped up and did this too. Because he was on that same line of thought. That's why when those guys got together, it was like, hey, yeah, we best buddies. I mean, that's, it's a linchpin thing. If it hadn't have been Hitler that did it, what about Himmler rather?
Well,
he had a lot of the same ideas and things. That's what I'm saying. We're using the great men because those are the ones great men, as he's saying, because those were the ones in history that we are the ones that are focused on in power or whatever at the time. I use the word linchpin theory because, yeah, if you pull that pin and he didn't do it, you can look in that circle and you can find someone else it might have been. But it was going to happen.
Well, just like right now today, because I mean the 1940s was not that far away in history to the same structure. Because I mean, we got to think about, people forget the Federal Reserve was funding these wars, all these things that's been happening around the world, where the genocides all around the planet has been planned by a certain group of people in power, and it's easier, like if you really follow the money, it all goes right back to a certain group of people, no matter where you are. So it was whether it was Hitler, if it was whoever was in that position, would have gotten used for the same thing.
That's my point. I agree with that. And the movement.
That's exactly what I just said.
And Hitler rode a movement that was beyond him. It was a moment in time.
He was the orator. He was the one that was able to sell it to the people, because but this was another psyop that made people demonize one group of people. The same kind of thing that I see that's happening to Black people here in America, where the media is fine every time they can put a negative, connotation on people. They do it. Others, they try to dress it up and make it pretty and tolerable, but it's the same thing that happened then. It's no different playbook. It's all happening the same. So
I agree,
if you trust this them then, or that somebody, because I mean, I've read things that says that we didn't win World War II. We lost, and we've been under the control of the Nazis even since then.
And there's definitely an argument there, but
and there's a lot of proof that shows it. But
look, I'm gonna be careful on how I say this, but let's compare Obama with Hitler. Like, Hitler was a really great performer. He was very good at speeches.
Let's use that name less and start. I'm sorry, but let's use that name a little less and maybe say the guy with the funny mustache, or the dude from the bad guy from WW2. That might stop you from getting tagged.
Okay, yeah. The
producer cutting in. Sorry.
The guy with the mustache was really great at revving up the audience. He was energetic in his speeches, and he was able to
tell a bunch of
tap into this angst of the people and really get them going. And Obama, is he number 44?
Yeah.
He was able to do that too, and it was in a different way and for different purposes, but it was the same. He was a great performer. He was great at speeches. He knew how to pull the heartstrings of the people, and
he talked me out of my vote for sure. He convinced me. He didn't sell me. I didn't buy in. He convinced me. I actually believed in him because of the way he spoke. And I'm going to admit that honestly.
And that's
And
what.
with no
And how
shame.
many of the people with the mustache guy? How many people did that same thing happen there?
Same effect.
So that's my comparison.
Yeah, because I mean, some people, of course, the government structure is different from there to here. Because I mean, we probably would have that whatever leader that they had for however many years. Because I forget how. Because I don't know, was it running democratically where they had? I don't know how often do they change the presidents in Germany. I don't know, but I'm just saying, like,
it was democratic until mustache guy decided to basically make himself like supreme leader. And
there was some back and forth weirdness going on. I think for 20 years or so before all that got started too.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was a process.
20 years ago, I could have told you in detail. Now I just know it was some weirdness. The necessity to remember that got pushed out of the back of my head because I'm studying this gender crap too much.
Hey guys, I'm gonna
And
be
then
right
it's
back.
and Napoleon, the way Napoleon was very similar too, and it was democratic until it got to the point where he was like, hey, I'm supreme leader or whatever. Let me play some of this video and y'all stop me when you want to make comments.
Everything you know about history is probably wrong. You've been fed up wrong information, go through some grand fears, but it's the way we learn history in educational and academic environments, but also in the context of hobbies and entertainment, is inherently flawed. The way we approach the investigation of historical events is, to put it mildly, embarrassingly shallow and superficial. So much so that many who call themselves historians and academics end up making a mockery out of the entire field. Therefore, in the following minutes, I will elaborate on why this is most definitely the case, by pointing out the shortcomings and inadequacies of the default philosophy that dominates academic discourse in the 21st century. Then, with a thorough understanding of the deficiencies of our current understanding of history, our horizons will be open for an improved, scientifically grounded method of investigating the past, one that allows us to understand it in all its ever-evolving, perpetual development, from the tiniest detail up to the largest of paradigms. So, let us begin with a critique of a popular approach towards explaining historical events, the one that you may hear in your college or university classrooms, or perhaps from your favorite history YouTuber. Namely, there seems to be a favored tendency of presenting historical events through personal narratives of highly influential and great historical figures and unique individuals as the main protagonists of these events, also known as the great man theory. The decisive historical role is attributed to the personality and natural attributes of the given historical figures, their greatness or malice, their personal plans and ambitions, leadership abilities, superior intellect, or divine inspiration. Despite being extremely intuitive and helpful for visualizing complex historical events, this approach ends up creating shallow caricatures of entire movements and social dynamics, personifying them into one single individual, which is nothing short of tragic for the pursuit of any meaningful historical analysis. Now, here's a few examples of what I mean by that. Firstly, the history of World War II is often retold as a consequence of the individual psychopathy and dark genius of Adolf Hitler, and a few others like him. His personal grand master plan to conquer the world because of his personal obsessions and phobias that he used to enchant the masses under his iron fist. Take one of Jordan Peterson's lessons as an example.
One of the things about Hitler was that he was very disgust sensitive, and a lot of his hatred for non-Aryans, the Aryan box, it was all uniform. Outside, it was all parasites and predators. Hitler bathed 4 times a day. An admirer of willpower, so he could stand like this for 8 hours in the back of a car. And the thing about conscientious people is they're very willpower oriented. He cleaned up all the factories. Like he went in there and fumigated them. It was part of the law. He went on a public health campaign to get rid of tuberculosis, and he got rid of the bugs in the factories as well. He used Zyklon B. That's an insecticide, and that's the gas that he used in the gas chambers eventually.
Moreover, leaders of the communist movement, such as Joseph Stalin, Mao Zedong, Fidel Castro, or Josip Broz Tito, are often portrayed as power-hungry dictators who usurped revolutionary movements with their personal ambitions to subject entire nations under their tyrannical rule. Such one-man dictatorships are in fact a fetishized fantasy of the average Western liberal, who sees their beloved liberal democracy as the complete opposite of the tyrannical totalitarian nightmare over there in Russia and China, of those alien and faraway oriental dictatorships where everyone must succumb to the will of one maniac at the top. Such oversimplified, fantastical representations of, in actuality, very complex political and socioeconomic systems has been engraved into our subconscious, particularly when talking about actually existing socialism, and the supposedly totalitarian nature of socialist regimes, something I've already talked about in great detail in another video of mine. Here's a few examples of how ridiculous this kind of narrative sounds, with echoes of Red Scare propaganda and McCarthyism from the Cold War still haunting our collective imagination.
It was genocide, carried out by a dictator who wanted to keep Ukraine under his control and would do everything in his power to cover it up for decades. And Joseph Stalin wanted complete control of it. Around the same time, Stalin introduced a 5-year plan that would eventually give him control of Ukrainian agriculture. In Ukraine, the plan gave Stalin direct control over grain production.
Tito had destroyed the last potential threat to his personal rule and came out on top. Congrats, Tito, I guess. By means of multiple purges over the years, Tito destroyed any potential rival to himself, making Yugoslavia reliant on him too much politically.
Furthermore, the Russian invasion of Ukraine is universally portrayed as a display of the evil and malice of one supervillain, who is steering the destiny of 100 million people and the entire country's military apparatus for the purposes of his own evil master plan to conquer the world. The whole government is portrayed as hostages to his impulsive mood swings, ideas, and commands.
And what you really have to understand here is how that history is transposed onto of one man, this guy. But really, it's the story about what Vladimir Putin really wants. And Putin is hating this, while Putin himself starts to chip away at Russian institutions, making them weaker and weaker. He's silencing his rivals, and he's consolidating power in himself. But Putin can't handle this. He is in total denial. Like an ex-boyfriend who can't handle his ex-girlfriend starting to date someone else, Putin can't let Ukraine go. He won't let go.
And finally, one of my favorite examples of this shallow approach would be the event that triggered the First World War, the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand by Gavrilo Princip in Sarajevo. This single act is often lazily attributed the sole responsibility for the start of World War I, as a display of maniacal terrorism by a Serbian teenager who, independently of all societal and geopolitical dynamics, single-handedly provoked the biggest conflict in human history at that point in time, with the pull of a trigger. Now, even though you may not see anything wrong in these examples, I assure you that, as soon as you're acquainted with the proper alternative, the defects in this approach will become more than apparent. Namely, in all 4 of these examples, we bear witness to a one-dimensional caricature, an idealistic oversimplification of, in actuality, extremely complex and multifaceted chains of events that would require hundreds of pages of proper analysis to even scratch their surface. What we often ingest in this form is the fast food of social sciences, the indolent and low-effort version of historical narratives that perfectly accommodates our embarrassingly bad attention spans and goldfish memory, while presenting itself as historical science of some sort. It's nothing but an insult to your intellect. The great man theory is a pure manifestation of the cult of the genius, of the hyper-individualist insistence that individual people are the sole sources of human ingenuity due to their inherent genetical and intellectual superiority, or, as it is often told, as a result of their tireless grind and hustle. This declaration presumes that all human beings are fully independent agents that interact with their environment through their free will, that live in a vacuum and are in no way conditioned by environmental factors that may be out of their control. They apparently possess full agency over their own traits, thoughts, and actions, and their genius is therefore worshipped as an admirable display of conscious individual brilliance. These geniuses are thus supposedly the driving force of history. They are the vessels of scientific, technological, spiritual, and societal progress, and represent the main characters, the protagonists of human history. They supposedly start wars, conquer nations, they build cities and monuments, they come up with inventions, they cure diseases, and so on and so on. A quick repudiation of this entire worldview doesn't require much. All that needs to be said is that it wasn't the pharaohs that built the pyramids, it wasn't Caesar who built the Colosseum, nor was it the emperors that built the Great Wall of China. It was workers, people like you and me who collectively toiled away for millions upon millions of hours, carrying billions of tons of building materials over their own backs to build these impressive landmarks. It wasn't the genius wizardry of any of these cults of personality that managed these impressive feats of construction. It was the collective effort of millions of minds and bodies accumulating and coordinating their abilities and knowledge throughout the millennia, learning and correcting each other perpetually and interdependently. It was not the individual heroes and geniuses, but the general intellect of the human race as a whole that discovered electricity and penicillin, that built skyscrapers, dams, and bridges, or that indulged in self-destructive annihilation through great wars and conquests. These individual people who we praise and put on pedestals for their achievements are not to be discredited, but rather viewed in the larger context of the general intellect, as mere fruits of the gigantic tree of human knowledge, as the personifications and embodiments of centuries of collectively accumulated knowledge and abilities that clicked in a certain way inside of the mind of that individual, that connected the dots and articulated ideas in a useful way. And this applies to all scientists, authors, engineers, designers, philosophers, etc. Steve Jobs, for example, didn't invent the iPhone in the sense that he invented every single component and technology required for the device to function and single-handedly manufactured every copy of the device. He is simply the face, the symbol of the rearrangement of existing, developed, and established technologies and methods in a particular way, through the labor and creativity of thousands of designers and engineers. Same goes for the likes of Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Thomas Edison, Henry Ford, and others, who have appropriated the praise and credit for these achievements through the predatory exploitation and ultimate dismissal of the millions of minds that were involved in invention and production under their symbol. The ultimate conclusion here is that there is no genuinely independent and isolated action, thought, idea, or creativity. We all draw inspiration, knowledge, and ideas from those that preceded us, and we merely interpret the millions of inputs of those that have come before us. We rearrange their discoveries, separate the wheat from the chaff, and apply them to our current material conditions. Individuals are not mystical sources of innovative brilliance, but rather absorbers, interpreters, and personifications of accumulated collective wisdom. So why is it then that we tend to fetishize this cult of the genius, the great men and heroes, so piously? Why is it that we ignore the contributions and efforts of the general intellect, of the millions of workers and peasants, or forgotten and discarded thinkers and scientists of the Third World, whose efforts and achievements have been stolen and appropriated, but without whom none of this would be possible? Why are we stuck in this rigid dogma of hyper-individualism? The answer lies in a place very familiar to anyone who's ever seriously grappled with the deficiencies of our existing societal order, and should therefore not be surprising at all. Individualism is an ideological tool for the reinforcement and reproduction of the right on private property over the means of production. It grants individuals and their supposed brilliance the justification for holding productive forces of society in their own private hands. Plainly put, it explains away the injustices and exploitation of the many by the few, by the virtue of their supposed individual industriousness and brilliance, which supposedly justifies their place at the top of the pyramid. The prospect of the general intellect that we've previously described, the only intellectually honest way of analyzing societal innovation and historical developments, is discarded and ignored in favor of a rigid, static, dull-witted dogma of quote-unquote great men who single-handedly shape history and regular events of great importance. The fluid, dynamic general intellect is Spain as the man, as the notorious hive mind that consumes and destroys all sense of individualism and personality, that values the collective at the expense of the individual, which is, funnily enough, for many a default presumption about communism. In essence, some fear this alternative, scientific method of observing history purely because of their ideological drive to conserve the status quo, to maintain their right to private property and their self-righteous drive to stand above others, to dominate and exploit them. Their omnipresent dogma atomizes individuals and promises us that we are all special, that we all must fend for ourselves, clean our own room first, and not worry about wider societal problems. Those are supposedly handled by individuals wiser than ourselves. They are well aware that a different retrospective on human history, on our progress and achievements, a collectivist and internationalist one, threatens the hegemony of capitalism as the dominant socioeconomic system, and simultaneously their private interests. It would make us realize that, just like history was steered and decorated by our shared collaborative efforts, the future is equally so in our collective hands, and not in the hands of a handful of supposedly great men. It would return agency to the laboring people of the earth, and give them hope that they have a common cause that they can pursue in a collaborative, organized manner. As you can see, that would be highly inconvenient. And some, on the other hand, dismiss this kind of nuanced approach due to pure egotism and obsession with the prospect of one day themselves crystallizing as one such great genius or successful businessman. Their hope of one day profiting from the status quo, with narcissistic belief in their own self-righteous independence, makes them politically passive and impotent. It makes them the bootlickers of the current political establishment. Nonetheless, this entire theory and philosophical misunderstanding of societal dynamics is just a symptom of something deeper. Namely, it draws its roots from the 19th century philosophy of idealism, whose well-established foundations commit innumerable sins and fallacies that no person who fancies themselves as an enthusiast of social sciences, or let alone an intellectual, can possibly ignore. The only reason why this kind of erroneous philosophy is tolerated or encouraged is because, as we have already briefly mentioned, it is very useful for the agents of the status quo in more ways than one. Idealism is by all metrics an outdated philosophy, whose shortcomings and inadequacies have been exposed and refuted countless times for almost 200 years by the likes of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, and hundreds of intellectuals that followed in their footsteps. Yet, it's still entrenched in our collective subconscious as the dominant interpreter of history and modernity. It still prevails as the default mode of thought. So, what are these tragic shortcomings that I keep insisting upon?
I think he did a good job with this. I don't need to play more because he covered it pretty good. Let me read some comments. It says, who built Thebes of the 7 gates? In the books, you will read the names of kings. Did the king haul up the lumps of rock? And Babylon many times demolished, who raised it up so many times? In what houses of gold glittering Lima did the builders live? Where the evenings that the Great Wall of China was finished did the masons go? Great Rome is full of triumphal arches. Who erected them? Over whom did the Caesars triumph? Had Byzantium much praised in a song, only palaces for its inhabitants? Even in fabled Atlantis, the night that the ocean engulfed it, the drowning still cried out for their slaves. The young Alexander conquered India. Was he alone? Caesar defeated the Gauls. Did he not have a cook with him? Philip of Spain wept when his armada went down. Was he the only one to weep? Frederick II won the 7 Years' War. Who else won it? Every page of victory. Who cooked the feast for the 7 victors? Every 10 years a great man. Who paid the bill? So many reports, so many questions. Bertolt Birch, 1935.
Listen, and I appreciate everything that they added there, but that was just a little redundant on all those, I guess these different events. But if we look at current day,
that's a whole lot more list of people we need to learn, right?
Well, I would assume though that we can add that to the list, but my thing is just the relative thing is for us to look at today is when they look at the southern border and that border that they're supposed to be building. Trump is the one that's gonna be known for it, not Juan and Jose and Albert and whoever else got the job to go down there with the contract to build it. You know what I'm saying? That's just
it was already called Trump's Wall when they were fighting it in Congress.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. But that's
shit. Of course, if California, while he was president, if California had an earthquake, they would have renamed San Andreas Fault to Trump's Fault, and we all know that anyway.
That all of that don't make it right, and the reason why the comment that I just made, the reason why he went over all of those things that he went over was those are the things that we were taught in history. Those are all big, huge things that were highlighted in school.
But it's not wrong though.
In high school, we're taught to trigger on these events in high school and stuff like that. Okay. Yeah. I understand, and this is where I'm talking about layers of knowledge, and I've always talked about building block and layers. Chaka, why do you know more about that? Because you went to college. Because you explored beyond that. And what did you use to explore beyond that?
Well, look, the only problem is if they were not responsible for the building of it, because they might not have put up one brick, but because of the first thought came from Trump, that's still his wall. You know what I'm saying? Like, everything, like it manifested because of his thoughts. You know what I'm saying? We can't leave that part out.
Now, it's going to be called Trump's Wall. Not because of the great man theory, but because of what I said, the linchpin theory.
It's going to be called Trump's Wall because of politics. A lot of the wall was there before Trump even was a thing.
Well, no, there was some gate there, but it wasn't like truly secure, and all the dynamics of this wall is not the same. So because a bunch of it is fencing.
The idea was, I think,
and Trump's wall isn't a wall; it's a bunch of fences.
Border of which 900 had already been bordered. Yeah, there's already like 900 miles of border wall, but there's still another 1,400 miles of border. I don't. My numbers are way off. I'm pretty sure, but proportions I think are pretty close. Only about a third of it is border wall.
Yeah, but I mean, my point is that like Trump getting credit for that wall is just as everybody who worked on it and was building on it can say that they did something, to that wall. I mean, it's just, regardless of how it's played in the media or whatever, they all had a part to play in it.
But see, and what I'm saying is, when you're in high school, when you don't know where you're going to go with your life, you don't know what you're going to do, you don't need that deep breadth understanding of everything that happened throughout all history.
Yeah, because it didn't happen like that for us.
That's why when you go to college, you get a deeper, wider breadth of history. That's why you feel like you got lied to in high school, because when you got to college or when you start exploring it on your own, you see how much is left out.
I don't like how they
tell me with all the time you talk about you didn't have time for this in school, you didn't have time for that. Tell me, when was there time to teach that? And not go, hey, look at these points in history.
They did it wrong. I don't like the way they teach history, even in the universities. They don't explain how things work together. They don't explain,
They don't do a comprehensive match of history. Are you a history major?
No.
Yes.
Are you taking
are
you taking actual history classes, or are you taking the broad history classes? American history, world history.
Well, you have to take those for your basics, but I'm an anthropology major, which is a lot of history.
It's the science and the history, like
cultural or anthropology, cultural or the other one.
Because I mean, ultimately,
I have to take all of it. It's all under the umbrella.
Well, no, there's two different types of anthropology.
But you see, y'all don't understand. See, because I could go into this forever.
Dude, is it? What do you mean?
I've got a master's in psychology and 2 other degrees and a doctorate. Yes, I do understand what you're saying.
The anthropology is an umbrella, and you have archaeology, you have cultural, you have medical.
Okay. Well, no, those are the two: archaeology and cultural.
But that's a part of those are your
two main. Those are your 2 main branches that you choose a basic one or the other when you're in for your first 2-year college.
No, that's not true, bro. There's medical there's medical anthropology, and that's a major one that people are doing a lot now. It's really, really popular. And you got linguistics falls under that. And there's a couple of other ones. I mean, I don't.
Well, see, linguistics falls under communication in English.
It's under anthropology. I'm telling you, it's an anthropology.
Yeah, they're moving fields around, because I'm communications as well, education and communications.
Yeah, communications is my minor now. So, but it's anthropology is an umbrella, and it has quite a few different special parts. So, but it is basically history. So, but I still don't like the way they teach history, even in the universities, because they don't explain how things fit together. They don't explain.
Okay, now
they don't connect the dots.
Now is when you actually take your degree in history and start taking classes that focus on whatever your era of history is.
Well, that's what I am.
When I started taking history, I chose Roman Empire. Because I did that, I now know way crap more load than I really need to.
Well, that's where I am. I'm in advanced
history and Chinese history and all of that, because that's where it starts to integrate. Once you get to your 4-year level.
Yeah, that's where I'm at, and you have to specialize. And mine is the Caribbean, and it's under cultural. So that cultural in the Caribbean is my focus.
Okay.
So you have to focus at some point, and that's where mine is. Let me read some more comments right here. It says, I always ask my teachers in school, why isn't the subject history called history of politics? Because that's all we ever learned. I noticed from an early age, we never learn about normal people, how they lived. I also ask them how aren't they allowed political statements? If they're allowed to say democracy is good and fascism and communism are bad, that is a political statement, isn't it? Me and several students made history teachers' hours a living hell for it, LOL. So he's making the point that it's political and they get to choose political sides. And it's like, how can you be teaching history and then you are making political statements at the same time that you're teaching history instead of, so you're saying democracy is good and fascism and communism is bad. Are you teaching history or are you teaching politics? Are you teaching your political perspective or your own political philosophy?
Well, see, and that's the problem. I mean, the way things are taught is built behind an agenda, the way that they want you to see the world, not in a way that you can see the world. Like they're giving you your vision of what it was and what it is, and practice and to eventually to what it will be. Because as long as they have compelled you that all of these things that they've told you is true, and you live with that truth, like you're really you're following right into just pretty much an agenda. That's just like if we allow like anything that's going any subject that we have with school, not just even history, because I mean even when we talk about math, like the way we learned it and the way the children today are learning it, is it better? Or like
it's confusing as fuck. I can barely help my kids with the damn math homework because of the way they teach it. And I'll be trying to help them with it, and I'm like, okay, you do it like this, and then they're like, well, the teacher said no, you can't do that, you do this, and I'm like, I don't know where to go from there. Like I get stuck because they got them doing it some weird ass way that I don't really understand.
Turn it into an exercise where they're teaching you from the beginning and figure it the frick out.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna tell you, because
that way they're teaching you. That gives you some bonding moments.
Well, I'm gonna tell you,
give me stress.
The way I did this, because I also allowed my son to kind of show me what he was doing and the way they were showing him, and I, offered him a easier way to understand, because I mean, I got the YouTube videos. I looked up these different the way they were doing it. The teacher taught me how to do it the way they're showing them. But then I was like, okay, you know what? He just needs to know, understand that he can, if he uses the same way that I was taught, I taught him, but I also made him understand that this is what they expect in school. So this is just a way for you to check to make sure you're go in the right area with your answer, or a way to check your work. And that made it easier for him just because he was able to understand it from a different
I think they're making it more confusing and making it harder for these kids.
I agree. I agree with you
to get it, and it's a mess. And these kids are having a harder time learning the math just because of the way that they're teaching it. It's a fucking mess.
Yeah. So, but I'm just saying, that's just what I did, so hopefully, maybe that can help. Like if you just teach, because it doesn't hurt them to be able to see it from different angles.
Yeah, as long as they get the right answer. But see, the teachers are really hardcore about showing their work.
It's not just the answer.
Having to get right answers in math is racist now. Remember?
Yeah, so the teacher tells them how to. The teacher tells them. Wait, no, but listen. The teacher tells them to show their. Because the teacher tells them to show their work, and they want them to show their work in that way that they want them to do it. Does that make any sense? So even if they come up with the right answer, and they don't show their work in the way that they showed them how they supposed to go through the process, then they're gonna say it was wrong. They're gonna say you didn't show your work, and they're gonna give them partial credit.
Well, no, I know they somewhat did that when we were in school. You know, you got to show your work or whatever. But either way, like you let them learn both ways. I mean, they need to understand the way that they're teaching in school because that's what they expect to show when it says show the work. So that's why, I learned the other way to be able to make sure, okay, see, this is what they're doing. Like, all right, I showed them how what I already knew how to do the problem. And then I was like, okay, well, now do it with what they showed you. And
Well, the way that they were showing them had me completely confused, and I couldn't even fucking.
the YouTube videos helped a lot. I ain't gonna lie, the YouTube videos helped me a lot.
Part of the problem too is math courses are no longer being taught by mathematicians.
Well,
they're being taught by whoever's got a fourth-year degree.
Science isn't being taught by scientists either.
Standardized tests, they're getting the same thing. You got a 4-year degree in anything that you whatever gender studies, and now underwater basket weaving. And now you go and you take this test, you get certified to be a teacher in the state, and now all of a sudden you're a teacher for any subject that you can pass that test.
Yeah, but listen, see, and that's the problem. Like, I mean, with us as parents or just
when mathematicians, when you had to be a mathematician to teach math, you were able to identify if the way the child is doing it, even if it's not the proper way, will lead to right answers all the time.
Well,
and if they're finding it out a different way, you encourage that because it's math, it's pure.
And that's what they did when I was in school.
Whenever you see a purity, it doesn't matter as long as you see the purity that it's a language. As long as you learn to speak that language, it doesn't matter how you get to it or how bad your accent is. You can understand it. You can communicate in it. And that is what math is. And that's part of the reason why it baffles me.
Well, see, the thing about it is that in most cases, when you're teaching it, it's only 1/3 of the class that's going to get it because there's like there's 3 different learning styles, and some people are not going to learn it the same way. There's going to be some that's going to get it right away because that's their learning style.
Remember that is my main argument about the education system right now.
Well,
in the large class,
you weren't here last night when I actually was talking about you take a picture of a car from 100 years ago and a car from today, and it looks entirely different.
Totally.
You take a picture of a house built 100 years ago and a house built today, again, completely different.
Now, do you think that cars built today are better today than they were then?
We're not talking about that.
Well, you're talking
about if you take a picture from a classroom 100 years ago and a classroom today,
identical.
They don't look different. So why have we not modernized our education as our society has modernized?
Well,
that is the failure of our education system right now, is we are not finding ways to communicate knowledge in a way that we have taught people to interpret knowledge.
Yeah.
We've changed the way we input things, yet we're trying to use the way that our great-grandparents used to input knowledge. And it's just, it just less and less people it's working on.
Well, I think that regardless of how new of information we get, the new technology that comes about, I mean, there's still going to be some like basics to learning, and not that we everything, because I mean, like, I know my son, he had everything he pretty much does is.
Do you realize Bill Gates is about to run our education? Finish your thought, and I'll go back to that.
But that part is that. See, that's a part of our problem, is allowing things like this to get to this point, and it's not us per se. I mean, over time, like these things have evolved to situations like this where somebody who is a college dropout is going to tell the rest of the world how they should live, or what is good for them and what's bad for them in a republic. So like, it's insane to me, but
I think
that's
some of that metaverse stuff is actually a good ass way. I was looking at some of that stuff, and I think it's pretty damn cool. It's interactive, and it goes in depth. I think I think that's a good idea.
And it is 100% in control of a particular billionaire who gets to choose, limit, and everything that goes on that platform or doesn't.
Which can be problematic.
Well, but there's some things that's
Well, I mean,
changing.
he owns half the government. I mean, about a quarter of the government. I mean,
let me read some more comments underneath the video. This one, it says, it's by far a historical fact that Tito, as much as I respect him, did not prepare for the future and very much lived in the moment. That is one of the reasons why immediately after Tito's death, Yugoslavia fell into a dark age. He was this guy's comment is fighting against the big man argument that the guy was making in the video and saying that the big man is actually a thing. Let me read another comment. It says, I think the great flaw of the general intellect as you present it here is that it fails to acknowledge that it tends to centralize in individuals who manifest and communicate this out to the masses. This produces motivation and momentum in the minds of masses that this hits as good idea. This creates the recognition of a great man. I was never taught in history as simplistic great man theory. It was always taught to go and investigate the social, economic, and political situation that collecting into making these individuals the making that they were, and why the message, mission, or innovation caught on in the masses. Agreed, historical figures are empty without their context, but likewise, societies and time periods are empty without individuals who exemplify the ideas. I think that's the argument that
linchpin theory.
Yeah, that's the Doc's argument right there. Let me read a couple more.
Like you say, 44. Why the mustache man? Because damn, he could talk. Well, FDR, 3 times president in a wheelchair. That never would have happened today with the way media is. He never would have gotten elected president in a freaking wheelchair.
But listen,
and I'm not trying to be unableist or anti.
No.
I'm just saying that is the truth today.
But
I don't know. Maybe today he could.
We need to check
but
ourselves.
I'm talking until now.
Okay, but listen, we got to really check ourselves for him to be the biggest enemy, or just like what they trying to make Putin the biggest enemy.
Oh no, I wasn't.
No.
I'm just saying he's a linchpin moment.
No, I have a whole nother point.
Okay.
I heard what you said, because I want us to kind of really think about this, because just like what they did with Hitler and what they're trying to do with Putin, we have to really question like some of the atrocities that's happened all over the world that has, slavery, for let's just say any group for 500 years, 400 years would weigh up way more than what happened in those 6 or even the 10 years. So for us to put that, all the presidents that lived through and promoted and what, let's just, all the way up to Lincoln, really past Lincoln, but let's just think about this.
It's like the politics, what that other comment was saying, and the agenda is what you're saying.
Exactly,
Pat. Because King Leopold in the DRC and what he did, most people don't even know anything about it.
Mm-hmm. and killed millions of Africans during that time in the Congo. Leopold, well, under his rule, shall I say, because he probably didn't kill anybody himself, but I mean, all the things that happened through those time periods, that stuff didn't really get looked at. Like
and at the
same
very
way.
least, he should be put up there with Mustache Man. At the very least.
Ahead. He should be way ahead of Mustache Man.
Well, at least mentioned in the same breath.
At the least, yes. At the least, yeah. Okay, we could do that, but I think that he's far like what he was doing was far worse than even what Mustache Man did.
But they don't even teach about him.
No, it's because of the people that was affected. It's because of the people that was affected. Is why
there goes the politics and the agenda basically. Yes. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, the thing about the great man theory is that it is no longer used on the academic level. Actual historians have long condemned the theory, and the only place you'll find it is in some elementary or high school classrooms. I don't think that's true. I think this guy is a bit naive. They don't say great man theory, but they still teach it in that way that leads to the conclusion of basically great men.
That idea. Yeah.
Yeah. And like the guy was saying in the video, talking about idealism being the root of it all, and how like it just goes to uphold the status quo so that you can give excuses to these people like Bill Gates and Tesla, the guy from Tesla, that they deserve, their positions because they're great men. But they don't say great men, but this is what they're saying, and it's what is coming from the idealism.
But see,
we're talking about people 50, 100 years ago. We're talking about historical figures, and you're trying to apply now. We're not learning about these guys in a historical place right now.
Well, do you not think
will
that
they be linchpins 50, 100 years from now?
Yes.
Time will tell.
No, they will be, without a doubt. Bill Gates.
But the thing is,
Elon Musk,
still going on.
Bill
Zuckerberg.
Gates, without a doubt.
Any of them that have gone to space will, except maybe Branson, man. He seems to have like disappeared from the game.
The guy,
Virgin Mobile guy.
The guy from
the first one that actually made it to space, if I remember correctly.
The guy from Apple who passed away.
Jobs.
The Amazon guy. All of these guys are gonna be great men.
Man, that was a bad year, man. We lost Johnny Cash, Steve Jobs. I mean, no more Cash, no more Jobs. I'm glad Kevin Bacon didn't die.
Oh man, that's a terrible joke. Let me read another one.
It's still funny though.
Timestamp 704. I was taught that the assassin started the war, but that was inevitable one way or another. Any American history in the 20th century taught this. They taught that yes, the assassination happened, but defense treaties on an eagerness to fight made war inevitable either way. Most teachers didn't even bother with the assassin's name. In the 1990s, I had to do research to find his name and the details of the assassination. Black Hand and absolutely not mentioned, nor that there were 6 assassins, nor that the assassin was connected to the Serbian army. All that was considered the spark that set the motion that was inevitable. It is in fact the opposite of great man theory. Gavrilo Principle was considered an incidental man. I disagree with this comment wholeheartedly because in college they still teach that the assassination of Ferdinand, whatever his name was the moment of the start of World War One.
It was the straw that broke the camel's back. It was a linchpin moment.
So this guy's comment is offbeat.
Look, let me ask y'all something. I mean, because that there was a supposed insurrection at the Capitol January 6th, 2021, does that mean that everything that, because I mean, we got to think there's a lot of things that happened in history over the last at least 2 decades that's led people to feeling the way that they feel. I mean, there's never a full composite of the, everything put together that caused it, but we always talk about the effect, like the part, what came out of, whatever situation, and we tag it for that period, that time period. So, I mean, I don't know what theory to call it, but that's just the way of the world, right? I mean, because even if we go back to to Germany with the Nazis and all that, it wasn't just all of a sudden one day somebody decided that they should get rid of Jewish people.
Right.
There were things that had happened over time periods that
right.
There was, yeah.
So that's what makes Mustache Man he just so happened to be the guy. It just kind of happened.
Yes.
It doesn't.
Most people don't remember too. He actually was part Jewish.
Yeah, but that's besides the point. Because I mean,
Yeah. Well, the point is there was a movement. There was a movement that he tapped into. There was an energy that he tapped into.
And led always a movement that he could never be a part of too, technically.
And there's also always has to be some truth in it for it to work. There's no way that he would have been able to do what he did if it wasn't for masses of people who had already had these thoughts and views ruined.
But look, and really, I guess really because of me understanding that situation a lot better these days is that, I mean, the people, the bulk of the people who really had nothing to do with it suffer for what the people of the top of their class or their demographic were into, because like some of the things that they were being demonized for, with porn and alcohol, and like they were like really like some of the biggest mafia that existed on the planet at one point.
Man,
so
it's not dancing if you don't cross your legs.
And it's the insurance. It was the banks that
it
really
was all sorts of stuff. I mean, yeah, because I mean, like I said, they were funding the war at the same time. They were giving money to, like, there were Jews giving money to Mustache Man to accomplish a goal against the very people that were supposed to be their people.
Yeah. So I mean, and the good suffer with the bad, and the people take on. A lot of the people didn't agree with this. It's kind of like our politics today, our representatives,
100
our
years
Congress.
But 100 years from now, people are going to look at, oh, well, the people during this day and age, during this timeline, they did this and this happened because, and we're going to
be put lumped into it, and we don't agree with our, and I would say the majority of us don't agree with what's happening in Congress. But history is gonna say that we elected these officials, and we're the ones who gave these people the power to do this stuff.
This is what these people chose to do with their democratic process,
and they were representing us.
Yeah,
and what we wanted. Let me read a couple more comments. This one, it says, I never encountered the great man theory outside of entertainment mass media. In my personal experience, history school education had always been based on scientific approach, based on historic materialism, even when taught by conservative teachers. One of my teachers once told us about historical materialism. 90% of what was once revolutionary, the scientific materialism view on history is today accepted in political teachings. I don't know what he's trying to get at there. Let me read another one. Greetings from Brazil. Thanks for the piece. I can say I identify lots of flaws with my own historic studies by comparing your thesis with the previous method, but it was something I had always suspected. When you spoke about the alleged incident that led to World War II related, as I always would discuss with my friends, one man homicide didn't cause the war, but imperialism did. That's what I mean about us teaching history in context instead of memorizing these dates and these names and these big men, great men.
But that's the thing, and I think that why we need to realize that our children aren't really being taught; they're being indoctrinated into certain types of ideas. That's why we do have to take more responsibility in the things that they're learning. I mean, like I'm not gonna wait for my son to learn coding and stuff because they're not putting it in my school. No, I find opportunity like. Back in the day when we were growing up, the main thing was like, okay, parents wanted to make sure kids could play an instrument of, the piano most commonly, or, whatever it is. So like we have to do things to prepare our children ourselves, and it's just a different time where it has to be different things that we're sowing into their lives instead of, allowing just what comes to us and that's what we accept.
Everything is deteriorating. I remember when I was in like elementary school.
But why is it? It looks.
They were teaching us coding, bro. They were teaching us computer language. With the green, the green screen where you had to.
Did you learn about ones and zeros back then?
It wasn't ones and zeros. It was the computer.
It was always ones. It was always ones and zeros.
Listen to me, please. They were teaching me how to tell the commands on the computer. I was writing computer programs in elementary school. I remember this shit. Now, why the hell did they stop doing that? Why didn't they continue to do that? Why did they take that away?
Based on their needs, what they want out of their slaves is what they're training their slaves for. So
to be factory workers. If everybody knew how to write computer language, then people are not going to be factory fucking workers.
Okay, well, I mean, as long as you understand that part, okay, cool. That's why you don't allow your children to just fall right into just what they're teaching them. You have to be a part of that growth. Even if you can't personally teach them, you have to find ways to have them taught those things that where you want to guide them instead of.
My parents didn't know nothing about writing no computer language.
But you do. That's it. Like we're talking about, like, okay, we're not living in the 80s where your parents was raising you.
Do you think my parents knew anything about religion? Especially 43 different ones that I wrote about to get my degree? Do you think they knew anything about psychology, really? But my dad was an Air Force guy. My mom was a housewife.
And I'm saying
I educated myself. When I was 9 years old, they bought me a huge dictionary because they couldn't keep up with the questions and the words I was asking.
The school taught me this stuff. My parents didn't know nothing about it. And so that's like now, fast forward to now. How much stuff do we don't know about that they could be teaching the kids in the damn schools? This is the argument I'm making.
Or that you can be teaching them.
Stuff that I don't know nothing about?
No, but see,
okay, you don't know anything about it, but everybody should.
You can tell us here on the show that we can this is things that the school could be doing. Okay, well, they're not. There's a way to get to that like if you can't do it for all children, you can at least do it for your own, and that way that they're not a part of the 85% of people who.
Meanwhile, you got a single parent who works literally 7 days a week. How does he find time to do this?
How many days a week do I work? About the same.
Here we get back to the let someone else raise my kids argument.
I'm saying parents need help.
Yes,
they can't do it all on their own.
Listen. But that's the whole thing. Because you run your own government, your house is your government. Because you run your own government, you get to delegate who's going to teach that to your child, not somebody else who's just going to throw somebody who passed the test that says that they have a roundabout idea about something. No, you can find the best of the best, at least within what you can afford, and do that.
All the parents do not have these options, bro. You got single parents working every day, night and day. They don't have time to teach their kids about coding. Or they don't have the money to buy the software or whatever the hell you're talking about.
You don't have to buy software to learn how to code.
No, you sure don't.
You can learn how to code free on the internet right now.
Yeah.
You don't even need a computer. You can do it on a phone.
And so
you could buy a junk ass screen brick for $40 or $50, get free Wi-Fi at Starbucks, and get a freaking certificate.
Yes,
How many parents have access to that information that knowing that
see now here we go. Now we're changing another excuse.
He continues to move the goalposts, but that's the thing.
I'm mad about that,
because there's a lot of parents that can't afford internet, but they know how to go knock on the neighbor door and say, "Hey, look, my son's trying to get some homework and stuff done. We don't have no internet. Can I borrow your thing? You know what? I got some of this." Like barter with your neighbors. Hey, I need your access to your internet, you know what? I'm cooking. I'm over here cooking.
All you have to do is tell me your kid needs it for homework. Here's the password.
You know
what happened to the village raise a child? What happened to us looking at this as a community?
That's the very thing that means
because the village went batshit freaking crazy.
But you have to choose
all
your
have blue
own
hair
village
and
these
these no
days.
rings and don't know what bathrooms to go in.
Well, listen, that's what I'm saying. Like, look, we get to choose our own village. Like, nobody says you have to take your kid out of school. Like, that might be the best thing to do is like to actually, find somebody within your village that's a teacher that can teach the kids that within the people that you can trust. But it's too many things going on, like things that's happening in your city, even though Houston is like one of the largest ones but let's just say like any town in this country is being led by a small group of people who have a bigger agenda for the world instead of just for that community.
We're on this idealism
you're
thing,
saying
and the individualism
it takes
thing.
a village to raise a child.
But it's not just
No. Seriously, you have to understand. This is a situation when this saying came to be. The nuclear family still existed.
Mm-hmm.
Moms and dads were both there. Quite often with grandma, grandpa. They got a house. They owned it. They all lived there as long as they could. It was a larger family. And they all helped. And a village was a neighborhood of larger families. A lot of kids knew each other. A lot of families could watch out for each other. Even if both of them had to work, there was someone nearby. Where is that community now?
Exactly.
Where are those families now?
Because see, nowadays a lot of people try to make it out that the parents that can't afford to take care of their children is going to stay at grandma and grandpa's house you know, and you know, going back and forth to school, or even just learning at school. Because no, see, there's actually families that are truly hold up to what a family is, and that's just a group of people not necessarily related that come together and they commune. Like they bring their different things that they can bring to it, they bring to it, and they trust each other to do their part. That's no, everybody, the individualism is more the idea that you're living on, is by thinking that, okay, every child should be taught under this one system that might not be the greatest. All of, you know what I'm saying, like the priorities of that system isn't necessarily yours. So, or
No,
even people that might be close to you. So
The community
actually,
benefits.
you and I are supporting individualism because we're saying go above and beyond
That's
the
what,
basics and the minimums. That's what you and I are saying, Pat.
and I'm
Because
saying,
we want
well,
more. What Chaka is arguing by saying idealism is bad is that it's perfectly okay to give them the minimum amount to live to the status quo and to teach them to that.
well, you
Anything
can
beyond that is idealism. Any idea of becoming better or striving in whatever is idealism,
you
and that's
can individually take your kid to the other level, but we want all of these kids to have a basic amount of education.
and
The
that's
community,
exactly what public schools are, and they freaking suck
yeah,
because they weren't
they
intended.
don't come close to that at all. Like, I mean, unless, I mean, like, I mean, if you haven't really paid any attention to what's going on in these schools, it is not, say, bro, they're finding ways to make the standardized testing, the grades be lower, because they don't want to have to expect
They
more from
they need
students.
they need more to pass, because if more pass, more money can be pulled and get from the system.
the
Money
community
again.
benefits from an educated public, and that's
That's
where the
true,
focus needs to
but
be on.
but
Absolutely.
We're
we all
falling
know.
behind all of the other nations. We're falling behind all of them because
No,
of
we're
this
not. No,
fucking.
we're not.
Because they're actually
No, we're not.
focusing on education, and we're
Yeah, we're not
focusing on
falling behind. We're just
bathrooms
behind.
and gender, and not upsetting people by telling them you're freaking idiot. Learn better. Figure a way it out.
We're
I
falling
mean,
behind because we're saying let's leave it up to the individual parent to
no,
teach their
no, we're
child.
not. We're
no,
falling
that's not.
behind because we're saying leave it up to the government and their
Listen,
standardized tests.
my son goes to public school.
You're
But guess what? I'm
arguing.
not just leaving it up to public school to give him all of the keys that he needs to be great.
And I'm not saying that.
You understand, when I make a mistake at work and want to make a joke to my table, I literally sit there and go, I'm sorry, I went to public schools. Exactly. That is the exact response that I get. Now, is that hilarious? Which I think it is, because I love dark humor.
It is.
But
I love it.
Is it not also sad?
Yeah,
that actually makes people laugh.
But no, but see, at the same time, that's also a lie, because yeah, you might have gone to public school, but you've also done study on your own.
It is
So
not a
that's
lie.
private.
I went to public schools,
But
almost all except
okay, that's
second
enough.
grade on. Before that, I went to military public school.
Well, no, well, even after you graduated, you took it upon yourself to go learn some other things.
Oh
right?
yeah, yeah.
That's your private.
I was
school
the military kid.
learning.
I used to have to climb trees and read a book. Or
if you're taking classes online at home, or even if you go to the library, that's private schooling.
Oh, during the pandemic, I took over 132 hours of classes in three different disciplines.
Okay. Well, I'm just telling you, like, I mean, even like you're taking financial classes here, or how to sell real estate, like that's private schooling. So that's like, when I say that that's a lie, I don't mean like you're a liar. I'm just saying, like, you hadn't really looked at the whole point that these other things that you're doing to learn stuff, you watching YouTube videos, it's private learning, private schooling.
I can't go much longer. I freaking did not get a nap. I worked 2 doubles. I'm fucking exhausted as hell. Let me ask you, Doc, was you here when we was talking about nothing left to lose? That was the name of the show. What does that phrase mean to you?
Desperation. If you ain't got nothing left to lose, that means there's absolutely nothing that you won't do, or there's no line that you won't cross, because there's nothing left. All or nothing.
That's all one perspective.
That's all or nothing, and that's it.
That is one of the only times I am actually concerned, afraid, and worried about a person. What they'll do is if they tell me I've got nothing left to lose. That means you are capable. At that point, that tells me you are capable of anything, even the unimaginable.
And I think we're heading that way as a society overall. Are you there, Curtis? Let me ask you that. What does the nothing left to lose mean to you, bro? We're about to wrap it. I don't know if he's there. Cause I'm tired as hell. We're almost at 4 hours, and my eyes are burning. I'm gonna try to do an extra show or something, because I didn't get satisfied with today's show. I ain't gonna lie.
You didn't get satisfied?
I didn't get satisfied. I think it was a much better show than yesterday, but I didn't get satisfied with us covering what we covered.
Because I beat your ass in every argument there was. Come on. That's what you were upset about? No.
I had to move over and watch. I could not sit in the room and go through that video without losing my freaking mind.
Yeah.
Which one?
Well, what did you want to pick it apart?
Oh my God.
What do you want to pick apart about
it? We covered most of it and stuff like that. I don't want to get into specifics because, like I said, basically the entire way he set that up was trying to deconstruct people
got a narrative.
Trying to be, yes, he's communist. And to do that, you have to defeat the individual, because the individual doesn't matter, only the collective. And that's why all of his arguments were about the collective, who made his soup, who did, all of that is just as important as the guy that we focus on in history. And the thing is, educated people who have gone beyond the basic understanding of history know all of that, understand, and they're talking, don't know these, these names are bad, why don't you know these? Well, you're just trying to give us a longer list.
Yeah.
Idealism, oh my God, he's talking about it's so bad. Well, what is our freaking society based on? Do you really think these kids are going to school to try to learn how to do better in life? Or are they trying to learn enough English to be the next rap star, or be the next NBA star, or football, or baseball? That is idealism being monetized in a high school, college level. And one in maybe 100,000 people get this, but everyone is taught this is the ideal. That's the idealism that we should be freaking coming after right now, not the you could be Elon Musk one day. I mean, yeah, and your odds are just about as good as being LeBron James.
I disagree with that one.
But which one do they actually think is going to be easier?
I mean, not everybody can be.
We all don't have a baby billionaire's starting cash.
That's what I was about to say.
No, I'm not a Muscovite. I don't know what you Muscovite. That's kind of funny. That's a Russian thing. But I'm not a big. I get the guy. He is a little bit on the spectrum edge, like I am. I get it. I understand him a little bit better than some people do. But yeah, he's not the guy that ran all this and put it together. But you know what? He bought it, brought it to market, got it to the people that got it out to the world. He saw a problem, and while he was not smart enough to solve the problem,
he was able to delegate it, and
he knew who could, and became the manager of a company that bought the problem. He had a problem with how things paid. What did he end up doing? PayPal. He was tired of the way he kept getting screwed online and stuff like that. So he bought a company that someone had made that was good and turned it into the #1 trading and cash platform, safe and secure. I mean, no. Did he invent PayPal? No. Just like Gore didn't invent the internet.
No,
I mean, but yeah, he brought it together.
I don't even know if he did that.
Would someone else brought it together or brought it to the world by advertising and stuff the way he did? Probably.
I think it's another story of how they gave what's to do with the light bulb?
Edison.
Thomas Edison. They give Thomas Edison all the credit, but the person that did
he really just bought the patents.
And that's a perfect example. He's another Elon Musk.
Yeah, I mean,
but
and not
did
to
he
say
still not change the world?
He did. He helped bring that product to the world. So I mean, you can't totally discredit him, but you can't,
So this is where we're at a high school level. He brought this to the world. Now, once we research beyond that, we have found that linchpin moment that we want people to target on. Now that we've seen this, now we've all just been talking about the reality of that man and what was going on at the time.
Yeah. So and
now we can lead to Tesla, the actual Tesla, and why Edison and Tesla. And that's part of the intricacies of that situation.
All right, look, this
Tesla
is something I want
died
to say.
Poor and in
because he wanted to bring free energy to everyone.
Yeah, they killed him. But listen, Chaka, just like this, all right, you're a musician, you're producer, you do a lot of things on the entertainment side, amongst other things. But any of your children wants to get into the entertainment field, are you gonna send them to LA so they can go get a deal, or are you personally gonna show them, well, look, this is what I know, and
I'm gonna teach them if they're interested. Yes,
exactly. That's all. I mean, that's pretty much like everything that I'm saying. Like, and even if you don't know everything about the entertainment or whatever, you have a better idea of where to send him to guide him to where he wants to get to. Like, nobody's relationship should be greater than you and your child. Especially in the guidance of their life.
All of those major musicians went to those Juilliard schools, man.
Yeah, but their parents sent them there. They didn't just end up over there.
Dude, I'll tell you, I played cello for 6 years. I was first chair state orchestra good. If I had a chance to go to Juilliard, I would have literally bent over so far I could kiss my own rear.
Telling you.
I would have dropped to my knee and said, "Thank you, master, teach me."
I'm telling you. There's a difference.
Yeah.
There's a benefit.
But I'm not even sure these days, because I mean, I know the reputation, of that school, and even know some people that have attended that it doesn't work out for everybody. That
Dropouts from Juilliard are highly sought after.
Telling you, man.
People who get the chance to audition for Juilliard almost always are comfortable in the performing industry. While they may not be making millions, they're not sitting like we are worrying week to week, you know? They get paid well, they get some money to set back. If they're smart, they do well. Like, you know, $80,000, $100,000, $200,000 a year kind of salaries.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna have to wrap it. What are y'all doing tomorrow, man? I kind of want to do, like I say, I don't feel satisfied, and I want to kind of do some news and politics stuff.
Well, that kind of depends, and if you check in with me, it's kind of give me a you know, a little idea of what your plan is. I might be able to fall in. Monday is the new year and my mom's birthday, and tomorrow I plan to be celebrating a little bit with her, but probably won't be the entire
or I'll
day.
go down after we wrap up, either way.
So I work tomorrow night, but it's Sunday, so chances are I won't be there that late. As soon as I get home, I would like to get on the show and do a little bonus for the week.
Yeah, we close at 8 on Sundays.
Yeah, we close at 10, but
I'm trying to get Curtis hired up with me. You used to work there long ago.
Yeah, well,
Lasagna House.
Hit him up.
Yeah. He asked me, and I told him to go. I mean, he's a good server. I mean, he is.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, so I'd love to come on tomorrow. Will you be able to come on, Doc?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, cool. So as long as I got one of y'all, I want to do some news and politics tomorrow.
Okay. Well, like I
bonus
said,
show.
Give me somewhat of a heads up as much as you can.
I'm gonna come on as early as I can. And
well, put a question out in the group. Deuce may or may not have time.
Yeah, I might be able to catch Deuce.
Yeah, so I'm saying it's an odd day. He may actually be free.
Yeah.
You never know. Yep.
All right, y'all. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. And I really want to come on tomorrow.
All right. And like I said, like if I can come on, I may not be able to stay long or whatever, but still I'll try to come on for a few, for a little while.
And I don't know if y'all been checking the channel, but I've been playing with the reels, and the reels are giving me views like crazy, man. It's so sad. I hate the reels, the 15 seconds, and I really just hate it, but it's working.
Okay.
No, some of them are longer than that.
They have to be fit. They're right at 15 seconds. That's what they are.
Make sure you have several links in the little hashtags and stuff in the bottom. And no offense, if you're going to do the reels, get a TikTok page. Put the same reels on TikTok. I know you hate TikTok. TikTok sucks, but guess what? Do you want attention or not?
All of them suck.
I have a TikTok page.
Don't put it on that TikTok page. Make a TikTok page for it.
Yeah.
That way you don't take a hit. That way you can still be settled off in there.
Yeah. So the reels are hitting, and I'm getting views and view times, and I'm getting subscribers too as a result of the reels.
Good.
It really sucks because it's not that hard for me to do the reel. Like now that I'm learning how to do them, I just do like a remix, and all the damn editing I do and all the work I do to edit these damn videos, and they get no views. I sit there on my phone, like in between tables, and I make reels, and they get a bunch of damn views. It's crazy. It take like a few minutes for me to do it. Oh, what a world we live in.
Yeah, it's beautiful and fucked up at the same time.
But are you having fun?
I'm happy with the
Overall,
results. I'm
I think
happy with the
overall,
results.
Are you having fun? Are you enjoying what you're doing?
Oh yeah, I do this out of love. It doesn't make me any money. I do this out of love. Totally.
There you go. Win-win, brother. Win-win.
All right, y'all. Peace and love. And I'm gonna be
peace.
back tomorrow with a bonus show.
Show
Peace.
enough. Peace.